A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Now, the life of Mary Sothern. With Max awaiting trial in jail, Mary Sothern is faced with the specter of years of loneliness and perhaps hardship if Max receives a prison sentence, innocent though he is. Dr. John Benson generously offered to be her protector in the event of Max's imprisonment. But Dr. Benson was hounded by the fear that he wanted Max to go to prison so that his hopeless love for Mary might be realized in Max's absence. Tormented by this thought, Benson told Mary that he would not risk betraying Max that way, and threatened to leave town. Mary calmed him, reminding him that the trial was yet to come, and that Max might not be found guilty at all. Meanwhile, Danny and Daddy Stratford, preparing the furnace in Daddy's hotel for winter, may have something to say about Max's and Mary's problem.
All right now, Daddy. Let's have that new grate. Hey!
What's the matter, Daddy?
I was forgetting that grate I said. I'm ready to put it in. Now, come on.
Oh, the new grate? Oh, yeah.
Oh, the new grate. Yeah. Make it snappy. Come on. We got to get up and mind the desk. Well?
I'm coming, Daddy, coming.
Well, come on, then.
All right, Daddy. Now, you ready?
Oh, for goodness sakes, the grate. You broke the grate. I told you those things were cast iron.
Well, maybe that one was cast once too often. Well, it seems like everything...
They're making jokes. Cast once too often. Did you have to break it?
Well, it could have broken your toe instead.
Oh.
You don't know when you're well off. Yeah. You never know when we're well off, I guess.
Oh, no. None of that, son. We've got a furnace to mend, and you've broken the gratings.
No, there's no use going on now, is there?
What's ailing you, son?
Oh, Daddy, it never rains, but it pours.
What? Now, that's original, Danny boy. What brought that on?
Oh, just when it looks like maybe we can cure Phyllis out of that wheelchair and get her up and around on crutches. Bingo. Max and Mary get the act.
Well, Danny, it had to come, and the sooner over the better. As long as that Chaney fellow was on the loose with the information that would make it bad for Max in court, Max and Mary had the tarnation jitters. Well, Chaney's caught.
And that puts Max right back in jail for trial.
But they expected it sometime. It's a great relief. Now it's over.
Well, did it have to happen just when we had hopes of Phyllis's being cured?
Now, Danny, don't be bitter.
Well, I don't care for myself. It's Phyllis and our two babies.
I know.
And she's Max's sister as well as my wife.
Well, don't you think the knowledge of failing your sister and your wife sits heavy on poor Max's conscience? Let alone his other worries.
Yes. Guess I am being selfish. Oh, but gee, Daddy, what did Phyllis ever do to get such a bum break to begin with? Being paralyzed like that. Daddy, why Phyllis?
Yeah, that's what the fella on the other side of the globe would have said if it had been his young wife. Why anybody? Now, come on, you're young. You stick it out the early rounds, and you'll likely go the whole route and maybe win the decision. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Just stick it out.
Well, that's all right for me. I can take it all right, but here's Max in jail waiting for trial and maybe a stiff sentence for something he didn't do, and... Oh, Phyllis's chances to get better knocked sky high along with everything else. The two kids, not... Oh, Daddy, tell me. What do people do when they're caught in anything like that? It isn't right. It's cruel.
But it's a hard fact. Now, here, sit down on this step while I tell you what kind of a stomach it takes to digest hard facts. And while I see if you've got that kind of a stomach, Danny.
There, is that better? Oh, that's fine, Mary. Thank you. I can run the wheelchair myself. This way. Suppose I might as well get good and used to the wheelchair now.
I don't think so, Phyllis.
Why not?
Because you're not going to need it so very much longer.
That was last week, Mary. Things are different now.
You're not going to need the wheelchair, I said. You're going to be cured until you can get about yourself. At least on crutches. You don't believe that, do you?
Really, Mary, I don't care. Except for Danny and the children. More than anything, I want it to be all right with you and Max. Just for your sake.
I know you do, child.
Oh, they would.
Would? What would?
What? Oh. Crutches.
Why, there'll be only a stopping place on the way to a complete cure.
Dr. DeRoy didn't say that, did he?
No. He held out some little hope for it, but he did say that your mental outlook would have a lot to do with your recovery.
Well, mental outlook.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how can I feel any differently?
Phyllis.
You have Maxie, even if he should go to prison. Even for a long time. He'll come out again, strong and sound and alive.
You mustn't speak like that, Phyllis.
He'll come back to you and you can go right on being happy and married and in love. But me and Danny, we're different. I'm not a wife. I'm a cripple.
No. The machine's broken down for a while, but it'll be running again in top shape. You need that, Phyllis, for your own sake. And Danny.
I can't believe it. I can't. And poor Danny. Poor Danny.
Please, dear. I know just as surely as anything that you'll be better someday. I love Max, but no more than Danny cares for you. Surely if I can wait, then Danny can wait. He's a man stronger than we are.
He isn't. He's only a big boy.
Well, he'll grow up then while you grow better. He'll be stronger because he knows he must be to help you. Do you see?
Yes. I guess so.
Oh, it looks bad at times, Phyllis, but then when everything seems lost, somehow we find new reserve, new strength, and we do go on. We do. We must. Look, Phyllis, Danny's at the hotel with Daddy. Let me call him. Let him speak to you. Let him tell you what I've been telling you, and you know that I've been right. Shall I, dear? Phyllis? Yes, dear Phyllis. Please. You need your strength and your courage, too. So please.
Young fella, I'm old enough to know what I'm talking about. Just young enough, maybe, to hammer it into you. If you don't get it by the gentle practices known to man. Now then, what do you say? Do you accept the judgment of reason?
Boy, I guess so, Daddy.
And does the chin stay up and the fire of conflict flicker in your eye?
Well, it was only that I felt so rotten about Phyllis because, Daddy, I'd had a feeling that she feels she hasn't done just right by me by losing the use of her legs. Poor kid. Poor little baby.
And you'll stick by her, son?
Stick by her? Well, I did. Well, nothing else ever entered my head.
Just fixing so he doesn't, that's all, eh?
Well, I wouldn't even think of it. Well, I just don't know. I don't know how you'd ever think of such a thing. I think I ought to get mad and resent that. I do resent it.
Yeah. I'll have it out with you behind City Hall. Snowballs at 30 paces. But don't pack 'em too hard. Go spin your top.
Oh, Daddy, don't talk like that, please. I'm not very young anymore, you know.
No? Well, maybe you're right. Boys grow up overnight sometimes.
Only I'd hate to think the old happy days are gone. Phyllis and me. No more than big kids. Running and hollering in the meadow. Running over the riverbank. Running upstairs, and we could have easily taken the elevator. Running. Always running and happy. They're gone, Dad.
Maybe you just think so, son. Well, let's gather this old iron together and take it upstairs. Sell it for junk, I guess.
Daddy, look. Well, we're in good shape. We've got a good grade here.
What? How? Well, you wait and bust a good one, lunkhead.
No, I guess I didn't after him. No, I know. You handed me the old warped grade, and I put it down. And then when you asked me for the new grade, I picked up the old one again and handed it to you and dropped it. The old one I dropped.
Well, I might have known it. Then again, it just goes to show you. You were more than right. We don't know when we're well off until we look around, sharper, and see things better, eh? All right, son. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's put this new grade in, be live about it, eh?
Somewhere, Mary Sothern and Daddy Stratford, your names are being recorded in some divine record for extreme gallantry in turning young despair into hope.
Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Although Our Miss Brooks teaches English at Madison High, her problems, like those of any other teacher, aren't always confined to purely scholastic ones. There's Mr. Philip Boynton, for instance, a biology teacher of whom Miss Brooks is extremely fond.
And who, in return, lavishes his affection upon his frogs and guinea pigs. There have been other problems, too. A perfect example of what I'm talking about occurred last Sunday. A grand illustration of what can happen when you let a little softness of the heart spread to your head. The day started off innocently enough when my landlady, Mrs. Davis, knocked on my door around 9:30 in the morning.
Connie! Oh, Connie! Get up, Connie. It's 9:30.
Oh, come on in, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, I don't like to disturb you like this on Sunday.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Davis. I've been up.
Since when?
Since you said, Connie, oh, Connie, get up, Connie, it's 9:30.
Well, I got your note to rate you, dear.
I'm glad you did, Mrs. Davis. I've got to do a little checking today on one of my pupils who's been absent all week, Eddie Garson.
But, Connie, today's Sunday.
I know, Mrs. Davis, but Eddie's always had such a good record of attendance. I just can't understand it. His mother hasn't answered any of my notes, and by tomorrow, Mr. Conklin will send a truant officer after him. I'm going over to his house today and investigate.
It's very nice of you to take such an interest in the boy, Connie.
Well, I feel it's my duty to go to Eddie's home, Mrs. Davis. He's always been a good student, well-behaved, with a fine character, and he lives 4 doors from Mr. Boynton.
Oh, I see. Connie, did Mr. Boynton ask you for a date?
Well, how could he, Mrs. Davis? I haven't asked him to yet. But if I can straighten out Eddie Garson in a hurry, I might accidentally run into Mr. Boynton. I'm perfectly willing to meet him halfway. Of course, if his door opens outward, I'm liable to get a broken nose.
But I understand that Mr. Boynton likes to take his Sunday morning constitutional by himself.
Well, that's what's nice about a constitutional. You can always amend it.
Coming. Miss Brooks.
May I come in, Eddie?
Oh, yeah, sure. Sit down, Miss Brooks.
Thank you, Eddie. I'm glad to see you're not sick. I came over to find out why you haven't been in school all week.
Well, frankly, Miss Brooks, I've been pretty busy.
Oh, well, I guess I can go home now.
You know, it's no joke trying to raise kids.
Kids? But you're only 14 years old yourself.
Well, that's what makes it so tough.
Oh, well, I guess I can go home now.
I've been taking care of my kid brothers, Miss Brooks. You see, my father's on the road and my mother's in the hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eddie. Is there anything I can do to help?
Oh, there sure is, Miss Brooks. Mom's over in the Clay City Hospital, and I'd like to hitch a ride out and see her today. If there was only someone to stay with the kids.
Well...
You will? Oh, gee, that's wonderful, Miss Brooks. Hey, Mike. Hey, Daddy, come here.
What do you want, Eddie?
Yeah, this is Miss Brooks. She's my English teacher at school.
Oh.
I'm glad to know you, too, Mike.
And this is Danny. Say hello to Miss Brooks, Danny.
Hello.
Now, there won't be any trouble at all, Miss Brooks. In fact, they'll give you all the help you need.
Help?
Well, yeah, with Tommy, the baby.
Help?
Well, I'll be running along now. I'll be home in time for dinner. Thanks a million. So long.
Well, Here we are.
I'm hungry. I'm thirsty.
Well, you'll have to wait. Oh, on second thought, maybe you other two better wait. Oh, quiet, baby. Nice, baby. Your mother will be home soon. Oh, dear. How does your mother keep him quiet?
You gotta tell him a story. Yeah, you gotta tell him a story.
All right, I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time...
He heard that one.
He's pretty blasé for a child his age. Anyway, once there were 3 bears.
You wanna tell him that, old chestnut? Give her a chance, Danny. She might put a switch on it.
And so Snow White and the Prince lived happily ever after.
I'm glad for him. I wonder why Eddie ain't home.
You wonder why Eddie ain't home?
Some English teacher.
You know, I never in my life hit a child, and this is the first time I ever wondered why. Eddie should have been back by now, though. It's after 7.
I'm hungry. I'm thirsty.
Well, I'll get you something to eat and drink in a minute. Quiet, Tommy. Now, once there was a girl named Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh, great.
Whose father was a traveling salesman. And the glass slipper fit right over Cinderella's foot. Ooh, well, thank goodness they're all asleep. Now, if I only knew where Eddie was. Oh, shh. Hello?
Hello, Miss Brooks. Well, gee, I had a wonderful visit with my mother, thanks to you.
Oh, I'm glad, Eddie, but where are you now?
Well, I'm still in Clay City, Miss Brooks, with some friends of mother's. The doctor said she can go home tomorrow, and if you'll just stay with the kids overnight...
Oh, but Eddie, I haven't got any...
We're one of mother's. Well, gee, I sure appreciate this, Miss Brooks. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, well, it's in a good cause.
I'm hungry. I'm thirsty.
Once there were 3 little pigs.
Heard that one.
He's pretty blasé for a child his age. Anyway, once there were 3 bears.
You wanna tell him that, old chestnut? Give her a chance, Danny. She might put a switch on it.
And so Snow White and the Prince lived happily ever after.
I'm glad for him. I wonder why Eddie ain't home.
You wonder why Eddie ain't home?
Some English teacher.
You know, I never in my life hit a child, and this is the first time I ever wondered why. Eddie should have been back by now, though. It's after 7.
I'm hungry. I'm thirsty.
Well, I'll get you something to eat and drink in a minute. Quiet, Tommy. Now, once there was a girl named Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh, great.
Whose father was a traveling salesman. And the glass slipper fit right over Cinderella's foot. Ooh, well, thank goodness they're all asleep. Now, if I only knew where Eddie was. Oh, shh. Hello?
Hello, Miss Brooks. Well, gee, I had a wonderful visit with my mother, thanks to you.
Oh, I'm glad, Eddie, but where are you now?
Well, I'm still in Clay City, Miss Brooks, with some friends of mother's. The doctor said she can go home tomorrow, and if you'll just stay with the kids overnight...
Oh, but Eddie, I haven't got any...
We're one of mother's. Well, gee, I sure appreciate this, Miss Brooks. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, well, it's in a good cause.
I'm hungry. I'm thirsty.
Once there were 3 little pigs.
Well, let's not bring personalities into this. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty.
Well, come on, drop the other shoe. That's better. Now, once there was a big giant. Oh, horrible night. Let's see now. I better see what's in the kitchen before hungry, thirsty, and screamy wake up. Oh, there's not a thing in the cupboard. I better call Mrs. Davis. If they'll only stay quiet for a few more minutes.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Davis. This is Connie.
Connie, I've been worried sick. Where in the world have you been?
I have no time to explain now, but I want you to do me a favor. When Walter Denton comes by to take me to school, send him over to 225 Park Street.
225 Park Street?
Yes, Mrs. Davis, I can't make it to school today.
But, Connie...
I'll tell you all about it when I see you.
This is mysterious. Not going to school on Monday morning. I'd better call Mr. Conklin. I'll just tell him that Connie is sick and...
Hello?
Hello. Is that you, Osgood?
This is Mr. Conklin speaking.
This is Margaret Davis Osgood, and I just want to tell you that Miss Brooks won't be in school today. She doesn't feel well.
Doesn't feel well? What's the matter with her?
I really don't know, Osgood. I just know she's quite indisposed.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mrs. Davis. You always get indisposed on Monday.
What's that, Osgood?
Tell Miss Brooks to take care of herself. Goodbye.
He didn't sound very concerned. If I were you, Connie, I wouldn't go in until I... Well, who am I talking to? She's not even home.
What are we going to eat, Miss Brooks?
As soon as I send one of my students to the store, Mike.
You playing hooky today, Miss Brooks?
I guess I'll have to until your brother Eddie comes home. Hey, that reminds me. I better call Mr. Conklin. But what'll I tell him? I can't explain about Eddie on the phone. Besides, there's no proof of his story until his mother comes back.
I wish you'd talk to us for a while. You're making me very nervous.
I'm sorry, Danny. I know what I'll do. I'll make believe I'm Mrs. Davis and tell him I'm sick.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Conklin. This is Mrs. Davis.
Margaret?
Yes, I just wanted to tell you that Miss Brooks doesn't feel very well.
What's the matter? Is she taking a turn for the worse?
Who?
Miss Brooks.
Yes? Oh, that is, she's no worse than she's ever been.
Have you had a doctor?
Yes, but how did you know she was sick?
You just told me a few minutes ago.
I did? Oh, of course I did. Well, I'm terribly upset about this.
Now, for heaven's sake, Margaret, don't go to pieces.
Oh, quiet, Margaret. Tommy. I'll be all right. Goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
I wish my mother was here. I want my mother. I could use my mother, too.
Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith with an important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000, a grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life. And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest. Ford Sedan, Westinghouse Laundromat, Fromm Silver Fox Scarf, Toastmaster Toasters. And it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or use an official entry blank giving complete rules obtainable at your dealers. Include your own and dealer's name and address and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive Soap to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. Now here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. But hurry, your last chance. Contest closes next Saturday. Get Palmolive Soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results. now back to Our Miss Brooks, where we find Walter Denton and Harriet Conklin listening to the radio in Walter's car. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our newscast from our nation's capital.
A little, will you? I think they're going to give another $2 for the $18,000 contest on Sing It Again.
Okay, Harriet.
And here, ladies and gentlemen, is your extra clue to the Phantom Voice on the CBS Sing It Again program. At camp, his father was a king who spent some time at lumbering.
Okay, Walter, you can turn it off now.
Boy, I'd sure like to win those prizes. At camp, his father was a king. What was the second line, Harriet?
The second line? Da-da, 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 da-da.
Oh.
It was nice of you to give me a ride this morning, Walter.
Oh, that's all right, Harriet. If I were the principal's daughter and you were me, you'd give me a ride if my father drove off to school early in the morning without me this morning, wouldn't you?
You mean the only reason you stopped for me is because of my father?
Oh, of course that's not what I mean. I thought you might want to ride over and pick up Miss Brooks with me. Mrs. Davis was pretty mysterious about her. Said she hadn't been home all night.
Well, where did Mrs. Davis say Miss Brooks was, Walter?
225 Park Street.
Park Street? Doesn't Mr. Boynton live on Park Street?
Yeah, come to think of it, he does.
Walter, remember that picture we saw last week? The one called Her Other Life?
Yeah, Harriet.
Maybe Miss Brooks has another life. Who knows? She might even be secretly married.
Miss Brooks? Married? To who?
Why, to Mr. Boynton, of course.
Oh, don't be silly, Harriet. Mr. Boynton doesn't like girls. He likes frogs.
Well, it's a wonder I didn't think of it before. Why, they might even have a family by now.
That's just like a woman, always giving people families. Well, this is Park Street, and there's Miss Brooks in front of that house. Hiya, Miss Brooks. Here we are.
Hello, Walter. Harriet, I'm glad you could... Harriet, I didn't know you'd be along. But now that you are, I've got to take you into my confidence. Harriet, can you keep a secret?
Oh, certainly, Miss Brooks.
Even from your father?
Especially from my father.
Oh, good. Then I don't want either of you to mention that you saw me here. You see, I told Mr. Conklin that I was sick, and, well, I'll explain it all later. But right now, you've got to go to the grocery store for me.
But what is it you're going to explain later, Miss Brooks?
That's the secret, Walter. Just take this list and this money and have them send these groceries out as soon as possible. The address is right on the bottom of the list.
Oh, okay, Miss Brooks, but there sure is something funny going on.
Why, there's nothing funny about it at all, Walter. Good day, Miss Brooks, and give my regards to the children.
Thank you, Harriet, I will.
What? Now, do you believe me, Walter? Look at this order we've just given. 4 bottles of milk, 1 dozen cans of strained vegetables, 2 chocolate milkshake bars, a large box of pablum, and some Swyback.
That sure is suspicious, all right. Nobody eats Swyback if they're not married.
Look who just came into the store, Walter.
Oh, it's Mr. Boynton. Hiya, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, it's Walter Denton and Harriet. How are you today?
We're fine, Mr. Boynton. How are you all?
Oh, well as could be expected. We're anticipating a blessed event at any time now.
Another one?
Well, yes. Of course, Patricia has quite a big family now.
She's even changing her name.
Oh, yes. Patricia's one of my favorite frogs.
Oh.
Those bundles look pretty heavy, Walter. Can I give you a hand with one of them?
Oh, yeah, thanks, Mr. Boynton.
We just bought them for Miss Brooks.
Miss Brooks? Well, why didn't she come down herself?
Well, she looked pretty upset when we saw her last, Mr. Boynton. Here, you better take both of these bundles and get right over there.
Me? But get right over where?
I guess you never heard of 225 Park Street?
Park Street? I live on Park Street.
Harriet, he says he lives on Park Street.
Come along, Walter. We'll be late to school. Don't worry, Mr. Boynton. Your secret is safe with us.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful.
And while Sleeping Beauty was waiting, Prince Charming came to her door. Come in, Prince. Oh, it's the doorbell.
I guess you got carried away by the story. It should happen to me.
At last, the groceries.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
And Mr. Boynton right behind them. Come in, won't you?
He's a big one, ain't he?
Ain't he?
There she goes again.
Miss Brooks, who are these...
Children will do, High Pocket.
Oh, they're terribly bright. Now, boys, run to the kitchen and play with the meat cleaver until lunch is ready.
All right. But please make it snappy, because I'm hungry. And I'm thirsty.
Oh, did you have to turn that on? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Boynton. There, little baby. There. Shh. Oh, I guess I'll have to pick him up. No.
Miss Brooks, I don't want to pry, but where did all these children come from?
Why, any biology teacher knows that. The stork.
What I mean is, whose are they?
Well, they're the children of Eddie Garson, who's a student of mine's mother.
What?
Which their father is a traveling salesman.
Brooks, I'm afraid you're upset.
Oh, well, of course I am. You'd be upset, too, if you had breakfast crying and 3 children cooking on the stove.
Well, isn't there anything I can do to help?
Yes, there certainly is, Mr. Boynton. You can help me get this house tidied up before Eddie brings his mother home from the hospital.
Oh, but, Miss Brooks, I've got to go to school.
You're smart enough now. In some ways. Call Mr. Conklin and tell him you're ill.
But I'm not ill.
Now, stick around a while. Your chances will improve.
Well, I don't know what this is all about, Miss Brooks, but if you're in trouble, the least I can do is stand by and lend a hand.
Give that boy a box of merit badges and 2 tickets to the next Olympic Games. Thank you.
No doubt you're wondering why I summoned you two to my office, Harriet.
Well, yes, Mr. Conklin.
I was speaking to my daughter. Harriet?
Yes, Daddy.
There's something strange going on in this school today. First, Mrs. Davis calls to tell me that Miss Brooks is sick. Twice. Then Mr. Boynton calls, tells me he won't be able to come to school today because he's expecting an illness. And then, while I was conducting both their classes, I catch my own daughter receiving a note from this...
Scallywag?
From this scallywag. Thank you, Denton. Hand over the note, Harriet.
But, Daddy...
The note. That's better. Dear Harriet, whatever you do, don't let the cat out of the bag about meeting you-know-who in the grocery store and sending him where we did. We don't want to get Miss You-know-who in trouble. After all, we have no proof that those little you-know-whos are hers. Nor are we positive that 225 Park Street is a love nest. You-know-who? Love nest? What's the meaning of this, Harriet?
Well, you wouldn't want me to betray a confidence, would you, Father?
Yeah, you wouldn't want her to do that, would you, Father? Mr. Conklin?
Quiet. I'll find out what's going on at 225 Park Street.
Well, Mr. Boynton, did you enjoy your lunch?
Oh, yes, indeed, Miss Brooks. And you know something? Seeing you taking care of those children and then tucking them in for their nap after lunch made me feel that this is where you belong. Miss Brooks, did you ever think of giving up your career as a teacher?
Why, Mr. Boynton.
I mean it. I've been thinking it over all morning, and, well, I've got another sort of career in mind for you.
You have?
Yes, Miss Brooks, I have. Why don't you become a governess?
Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Boynton. I'll become a governess when you become a governor.
Oh, it's been fun trying to help you out this morning, Miss Brooks. I hope I have been of some assistance with the children.
Oh, you've been a tremendous help, Mr. Boynton. They would never have gone to bed so quickly if you hadn't told them that fascinating story about the African tsetse fly.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
Nothing, he said. It had everything. Humor, pathos, sleeping sickness. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to wash the luncheon dishes.
No, you sit right where you are, Miss Brooks. I'm going to do those luncheon dishes myself.
Oh, but Mr. Boynton...
No, I'll have them done in a jiffy.
Picture you upon my knee. Just
Okay.
me for two and two for three. Me for you and you for me alone.
Tom, tom, ti-tom, tom, ti-tom, tom, ti-tom, ti-tom, tom, ti-tom. Oh, I hope that's Eddie and his mother. Be right there. We will raise a family, a boy for you, a girl for me. Oh! Mr. Conklin.
What's going on here, Miss Brooks? I was under the impression that you were sick.
I was. I am. What a coincidence you're meeting me here at the doctor's.
Did you say the doctor?
He's an obstetrician.
What?
I don't think I helped my case any.
Well, everything's all set, Miss Brooks. Mr. Conklin!
Good afternoon, Mr. Boynton. I suppose you're here visiting the doctor, too?
Oh, of course. He's expecting tadpoles.
It's my sinuses, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, well, you've certainly come to the right place for treatment. An obstetrician should do them a world of good. Now, see here, you two. I know this is no doctor's office. You know what I think? I think you two are secretly married, and this is your love nest.
Love nest?
Love nest?
Love nest. Love nest.
Who are these? What? Where did they come
Now,
from?
please, Mr. Conklin, remember your blood pressure.
He turns an interesting color, doesn't he?
Now, see here, you little... I don't know what you are, or who you are, or...
Oh, please. You're like when I was silent pictures.
Get back in your room, you two. Sit down, Mr. Conklin, and take it easy.
But, Miss Brooks, you promised us another story.
Get back in your room, or I will kill you.
Come on, Mike. He's turned on us.
Oh, now, please let me explain, Mr. Conklin.
Very well, Miss Brooks. Everyone's entitled to a hearing before he's hanged.
That's what I like, an open mind. Now, you see, sir, Mr. Boynton and I were just taking care of these children until their mother comes back from the hospital.
That's right, Mr. Conklin. It was an emergency.
Yes.
It's all well and good, but why did you lie to me?
Well, it would have been hard to explain on the phone, Mr. Conklin. And besides, I didn't want Eddie Garson to get in trouble. He's been absent all week taking care of his little brother.
A very touching story, Miss Brooks. I don't doubt that your motives were of the highest, but I can't run a school that way. Miss Brooks, unless you're in your classroom for the afternoon session, you had better look elsewhere for employment.
Oh, that must be Eddie now. I'll get it. Eddie, I thought you'd never get... Where's your mother?
Well, she's paying the cab, Miss Brooks. She'll be right in. The doctor says she's fine.
Oh, good. Then she'll be able to take care of her family again, and I can get back to school.
Oh, no, you can't, Miss Brooks. We need you more than ever now. Look, in this blanket here, a brand new baby brother.
Once upon a time, there was a governess named Connie Brooks.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Daumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream Shampoo and be a
dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, I couldn't afford to lose my job at school, and yet I hated to leave Mrs. Garson in the lurch. So I did the only thing possible under the circumstances. I got somebody to help out in my place. Before I left for the afternoon sessions, I gave a few last-minute instructions. Now, be sure the formula isn't too hot, and don't be stingy with the talcum powder. Any other questions?
What should I do with the safety pins when they're not in use?
Well,
Well, with a baby this age, you won't have that problem. Goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Next week, tune in to another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns. Written and directed by Al Lewis with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton was played by Jeff Chandler. Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Tommy Cook, Sandra Gould, Bobby Ellis, and Jeff Silver.
Dentists know what cleans teeth best, and over 4,000 dentists say Colgate tooth powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate tooth powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how quickly this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate tooth powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate tooth powder today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur Park Avenue detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Package of Avalon cigarettes, please.
Yes, sir. Oh, just a moment, sir. Don't forget your change. You'd never guess, but Avalon's cost you less.
So why not always travel on with Avalon? Good evening, friends. Good evening. This is Del King saying welcome to Avalon Time with greetings from Red Foley and the entire company. But first tonight, we bring you that fast comedian. By fast, we mean the sponsors haven't caught up with him yet. Red Skelton.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, everybody. Hello there, microphone.
Hello there, Skelton.
Yeah.
My, but you got a nice reception tonight.
Yeah, don't you wish you were a comedian?
Yes, don't you?
Yeah. Listen, I won't be bothered with you much longer. I understand the television's just around the corner. Ah, television, there's the thing. You drop a quarter in the slot and you get Jack Benny. Drop a half a dollar in the slot, you get Fred Allen. Drop $1 in the slot, you get Red Skelton. 95 cents change. I really feel great tonight, though. I've been out riding all afternoon, my new airplane. I got a Sally Rand plane, 2 fans, and it takes off anywhere. I don't know, everything... Pardon me. Oh, gee, now here I have to go mess up things. And a fellow looking me over tonight for a major bulge unit. But really, everything's aviation nowadays. Even time flies. I just heard that Grover Whalen flew out to the San Francisco World Fair opening today, and he put a big sign up over the gate that says, Main entrance, 3,122 miles east. I don't know. They're much funnier on paper for some reason. Okay, but that's the life of a pilot. Up every morning at 6, ice-cold shower, going up about 5,000 feet in the air and then back down to another ice-cold shower. Oh, boy, there's nothing like it. Of course, I don't do it, but there's nothing like it. Last week, I flew out to Hollywood. You know what Hollywood is? That's where people get married for better or for worse, but not for long. Well, now, all marriages are not like that out there. There's a friend of mine out in Hollywood got married, and I understand that he loves his wife so much, he's going to hold her over the second week. I really flew out. I laugh myself at times to keep from getting lonesome. I really flew out, though, to see the preview of the new picture that I'm in, Pygmalion. I have a big part in the banquet scene. I'm the pig. Of course, the critics said I couldn't have been hammier. Really a marvelous picture. And when I came on the screen, no kidding, you could hear the people laughing across the street. Marx Brothers' picture was playing there. Really, Hollywood's a lovely place, though.
Hey, Skelton.
Yes?
It's time for Phil Davis to play a number.
Well, the microphone telling me where to get off at. I go for that. It's the name of the number they're going to play. Play it, Phil.
Gentlemen, consider this question for just a moment and see if it doesn't sound reasonable to you. Why pay more for your cigarettes when you can get finest quality in Avalons for 3 to 5 cents less than other popular priced brands? Now, isn't that a logical question? Not that you can't afford it, mind you, but why pay that extra money on every pack you smoke when it isn't necessary? When you can get the high quality you demand in Avalons for 3 to 5 cents less. And just one pack of Avalons will prove to you, without question, that they are a superior quality cigarette. They're 100% union-made from the world's finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, smoothly blended to give you a mellow, mild, truly enjoyable smoke. That's why you'd never guess they cost you less. What more could you possibly demand in a cigarette? Superfine tobaccos, a superior blend at a real saving. It's no wonder millions upon millions of people are switching to Avalons. The next time, why don't you ask for Avalons and save the difference?
Here he is, folks, the singing star of Avalon Time, Red Foley.
Well, howdy, Dell, howdy, folks, and to be different, hello, Red Skeleton.
Well, hello there, Red Foley. How are you? Say, how about starting a how to get in your song department, huh?
Well, that suits me, son. Matter of fact, I'm kind of worried about how I'm going to get into this song tonight.
Yeah,
you know?
well, what do you say?
Over on the next page.
Oh, oh, my eyes are bad. I need glasses with beer in them. Don't worry, though. We'll get you into this song. What song are you going to sing tonight, Ray?
Well, I'm going to sing those funny old hills.
You're into it. Sing it, boy.
I'm happy on the prairie all the day, singing lady-o-lay. And funny old hills sing back to say, lady-o-lady-o-lady-o-lay. From far away, I love the the foothills, beyond the plains, they love to echo my lone refrain. I'm happy on the prairie all the day, singing Lady-O-Lay. Lady-O-Lay. And the funny old hills sing back to say, Lady-O-Lay, bound for away. Now got no gal, got no pal to keep me company. Only got the funny old hills singing along with me. But I'm happy and it's there I long to stay, singing Lady-O-Lay. Lady-O-Lay. While the funny old hills sing back and say, Lady-O-Lay, bound for away, bound for away.
Ladies and gentlemen, there comes a time in the life of every woman when a man needs $10. As we tune into Red Skelton's office, we find that his secretary finds that time has come. Let's listen.
I don't see why you don't owe me $10.
No, I won't lend you $10. You don't pay your bills.
Oh.
And you've got 3 guys from the finance company living with you now.
Yeah. You wish my uncle was out of Sing Sing, he'd make me some money. By the way, is there any fan mail?
Well, there's a postcard from the chief of police in Vincennes, Indiana.
Oh, right from home.
He wants a new picture. He says the one he has now is so old that the numbers are worn off.
Well, I can save 3 cents on that deal. I'm going to Vincennes tomorrow. I'll just hand it to him. Just think. I left Vincennes 6 years ago, a barefooted boy.
Well, it's a fine time to go back after your shoes.
Say, going home. Maybe they'll have a committee down the depot to meet me, huh?
You want me to wire the mayor and tell him what train you'll be under?
Yeah. Listen, Miss Stillwell, I'll have you to understand I don't ride under trains. I hang on the back. It's safer. Gee, I got to get $10 someplace. I don't know. Well, hello there, Professor. Come on in. I'm really glad to see you. Well, you know how I am. Oh, you got a reception tonight. It's always good to see an old face, but up till now I never realized how old yours was.
Thank you.
Hey, you look great tonight, Professor.
Yes, I've been on a vacation.
Well, that takes a holiday, eh? Well, what's on your mind, Professor, besides the toupee that looks like a vulture's nest?
I have a question to ask you when I can find my place in the script here.
Well, no wonder you got your script upside down. You're reading it upside down, too.
Yes, and it's very difficult. But tell me, what is a husband?
A husband?
Yes, sir.
A husband is a sweetheart after the nerves have been killed.
Thank you so much. Have you ever been sick in bed with a doctor?
Yes, I have.
Must have been crowded.
Oh, that professor's really a nice fellow. He was born in a fog that never lifted. Say, speaking of fogs, Miss Stillwell, do you think you could see your way clear to let me have that $10?
Oh, sure. I'll lend you $10. You can give me the right kind of security.
Well, what kind of security do you want?
A letter from the King of Siam and your right eye.
Oh, well, if you don't want to loan me $10, that's up to you. Maybe the sponsor, Mr. Avalon, will loan it. That's nothing like calling.
Number, please.
Oh, operator. Hello, is that you, Mert? Thought you was on Fibber's program. Say, get me Mr. Avalon, the sponsor, and get the number quick like they do in the movies.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Avalon, this is Red Skelton.
No!
Did you get your party?
Yeah, I got my party, but I didn't get my $10. Gee, I wish I had my drums out of hock. I'd hock them. Say, that sounds like my mother out in the hall. Hey, what are you doing out there, Mom? Come on in.
Oh, I couldn't tell which office was yours.
Oh, gee, Mom, I want you to meet my secretary.
Hello. Oh, I'm glad to know you. Richard talks about you all the time, Miss Screwball.
Yeah, wait a minute. Mom, her name's Stillwell.
But you always call her.
I know. Gee, Mom, you embarrass me.
I embarrass you? Well, if you ask all those nice people for $10, why don't you borrow it from Uncle Fred? Fred's my brother, Miss Stillwell. He's a doctor, and he saved Richard's life once.
Yeah, I was thinking we sent for him, and he didn't come.
Why, Richard, he sat up with your case for 3 days.
Yeah, and then he finished it all by himself.
Now, young man, you're getting too smart. Don't think you're too big to be whipped.
Oh, gee, Mom, you talk to me like I was a little boy.
And what do you want with $10?
Well, I didn't want to say anything, but I wanted it for dear old Dad. You see...
Oh, for his dear old dad.
Yeah.
Oh, Richard.
Well...
Oh, Mr. Skelton, why didn't you say so? I'll lend you the $10.
You will? Gee, that's fine. I hope it's not too late. Hello, give me Bryant, 7900, will you? Hello, this is Red Skelton. $10 to win on Pop.
Brothers and sisters, you ain't seen nothing until you see 'em stomping at the Savoy. Stomp it out, Phil. One of the nicest places to be, says Jeanette, is between a kiss and a sigh. Bob Strong arranged it for her.
aside. You keep hesitating, can I get some reply? I'm between a kiss and a sigh. Won't you explain the case? What will I have to face? Would I be out of place in line? I don't mind the waiting if I only knew why. But I'm between a kiss and a sigh.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you're about to make a purchase and a friend says to you,
"Listen, I can get it for you much cheaper. Are you interested?"
Friends, I'll guarantee you'll reply,
"Interested? Why, I should say so. That'll save me money."
And you're absolutely right. When you can get identically the same quality for less, you want that saving. Then why not use this same smart thinking when you buy cigarettes? Smoke Avalons, the outstanding cigarette value on the market today. Avalons give you highest quality, yet they cost 3 to 5 cents less than other popular priced brands. And when you can get the high quality you demand in a cigarette for 3 to 5 cents less per pack, why shouldn't you take advantage of that saving? Friends, give Avalons a trial. They're 100% union-made from the world's choicest Turkish and domestic tobaccos. You could want no finer quality cigarettes, regardless of price, regardless of brand. That's why you'd never guess they cost you less. The next time, forget price habit. Give your thrifty judgment a chance. Ask for Avalon cigarettes.
And don't forget your change. I'm sorry, Mary Jane. I took your line like that. I couldn't resist it. So say, how about going out tonight and we'll have a bite to eat, huh?
Oh, I'd love to.
What time?
Oh, about 8 o'clock.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Woo!
Oh, so you're going to take Mary Jane to dinner?
Yeah.
All right, then go ahead. And I hope she makes you pay the check.
Now, wait a minute, Lammy.
Well, looks like Lammy took it on the Lammy.
Yeah.
Say, you know, it looks pretty serious when your secretary gets jealous.
Yeah, but you know, Del, it's a funny thing. The Skeltons have always been cursed with jealous secretaries. But back in ancient Egypt, in the year of 52 B.C., that's before cigarettes, I might add Avalon cigarettes, the sponsors are here tonight, the Pharaoh Skelton had the most jealous secretary of them all.
Oh, I remember reading about Pharaoh Skelton in history. Say, if you don't mind, Red, I'll turn back the pages of history for you, and you can tell the story.
Okay, Del.
The place, ancient Egypt. The time, 52 B.C. We see Pharaoh Skelton and his secretary approaching Cleopatra's palace. They're riding across the desert on a huge white elephant.
Egypt must be heaven, 'cause my mummy comes from there.
The desert. Nothing but sand, sand, sand. I've never seen so much sand in all my life.
Yeah, and you're just looking at the top of it. Oh, what a great spot for a spinach farm.
Boy, this elephant sure is slow. He isn't a thoroughbred, is he?
Shh, not so loud. Don't let the elephant hear you say that. He's just a mongrel, but he thinks he's sacred. Maybe I better talk to him. How you doing down there, Elf? You think you'll make it?
Yeah, but my feet are killing me. Better get me some water.
Okay, Elf. Hey, Salome Stillwell, pull into that oasis.
Where?
Over there, the first Nile to the right. Say, that attendant Spaz looks familiar. Why, it's Pharaoh Foley. Hiya, Foley.
Hiya, Skelton. How many gallons do you owe?
I'll fill her up. Yes, it is. Well,
sure, it's a hot day, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So hot the water on my knee is boiling. Say, it's a nice place you have here, Foley. Is that a new pyramid over there?
No, it took them 3,000 years to build that one.
Oh, must have been a government job. Say, what are those slaves doing over there in the hot sun?
Why, they're building a sphinx. Everybody thinks they're beautiful, but confidentially, it's Sphinx.
Yeah, that's my line. What happened here? What is this? Well, I'll be seeing you, Pharaoh Foley.
So long, Pharaoh Shelton.
Say, that reminds me, Salome Stillwell, you better set that hourglass back an hour. We're having daylight slaving time here.
I better set it back 2 hours. It's running fast. Somebody put quicksand in it.
Oh, look, there's Cleopatra's palace, and there's Cleo sitting on her big balcony.
Are you really going up to see that siren?
They're still laughing. Repeat it again.
Are you really going to see that siren?
Siren? Did you ever see her? She's the whole fire department.
Well, I hope she puts you out.
Yeah.
Well, here we are. Whoa!
You really stopped that elephant, didn't you? Well, I'm going up to see Cleo now. You take that elephant over the stable and give him a rub down.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Wait a minute. I'm still the master. You salam me.
What?
Salam me. Salam me.
Okay, brother, you asked for it.
You're fired. See you later.
Oh, so I'm fired. Well, I'll fix him. I'll tell Mark Anthony that he's up there wooing Cleopatra.
Oh, there you are, Cleopatra, fair queen of all Egypt, the ruler of the Nile.
Scram, bum.
Yeah.
I got a headache designed for a horse. I was on a party last night with Mark Anthony. Oh, what a headache.
Overindulgence, eh?
Nope, over in Rome. Now listen, bum.
Bum, huh? You don't love me no more, eh? Well, tomorrow morning they'll drag the Nile from my body. But it won't be there. It'll be home in bed. Oh, Cleo, my beautiful Cleo.
Hey, but what are you doing?
I'm running my hands through your beautiful hair.
Well, bring it over here and I'll put it on.
Shall I bring your teeth, too?
There they are, Mark Anthony.
Harold Skelton, he'll kill you. He's a maniac. The only thing he cares about is power and money.
Money. Oh, Mark Anthony, don't kill me. I'm a poor man, but an honest man. That's why I'm a poor man. Don't kill me. I haven't much money, but I'll give you all the money I've got. How much do you want?
Well, goodness me, I don't know. Do you think 25 cents would be too much?
The best things in life are free. Well, almost free. Red Foley and the Avalon Chorus prove it with Penny Serenade.
Once I strayed neath the window of a lovely, lovely lady, and she smiled while I softly played my penny serenade.
See, 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 you can hear it for a penny. See, 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 just a penny serenade.
In her eyes shone the tender dawn of love and sweet surrender. As for me, in my heart I played a lover's serenade.
See, 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 hear my love song for a penny. See, 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 just a penny serenade.
In a dream so divine she was mine, no word had been spoken. When I woke from my dream she was gone, my poor heart was broken. Still I pray that wherever she may be, she will remember a penny serenade. Just a penny serenade.
Next Saturday evening at the same time when the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation will again present Avalon Time. Funny Old Hills is from Paris Honeymoon, and I Go For That is from St. Louis Blues. Del King speaking. Good night, everybody.
Remember, folks, you'd never guess Avalon's cost you only 10 cents per pack.
The National Broadcasting Company.
It's time for the Abbott Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott Costello Show.
Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure with Susan Miller and the music of Matty Malley. Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Here I am, Costello. Tell me, where have you been?
I went over to see Uncle Mike. He's been in the hospital for the last 10 days. And Abbott, he's got a nurse with beautiful blonde hair, blue eyes, and the most gorgeous figure. I've been to the hospital every day.
How is Uncle Mike?
I don't know. I'm going to see him tomorrow.
How can you be such a colossal idiot?
On this show, we only want the best. My grandfather's in the hospital, too, Abbott. He's 105 years old.
He is?
Yes, the nurse feeds him bourbon for breakfast, bourbon for lunch, and bourbon for dinner.
Chaser?
Yes, but at his age, he's too old to catch her.
Costello, when are you going to stop being an idiot and start amounting to something?
Oh, I think starting tomorrow, I'm going to train to fight Joe Walcott.
Joe Walcott? Don't make me laugh. Joe Walcott has muscles.
I got muscles.
Walcott's got stamina.
I got stamina.
Walcott's got 6 kids.
I got muscles.
Why don't you save your money and get into the stock market? Did you ever buy grain in New York or sell barley in Chicago?
No, but I sowed some wild oats in Glendale.
Costello, I think you'll be a loafer all your life. Nobody would hire you.
Oh, I had a job last week at Republic, working for Gene Autry, but I got fired.
Why?
I forgot to tune his guitar, and the Indians killed him.
You're in for some real laughs with our zany stars tonight, but before they continue, listen to this. Tonight.
Lousy.
Well, you were just singing you were happy.
Oh, yes, I am, Abbott. I just met a very gorgeous girl. I think I'm in love.
Love you, dummy. You don't even know what love is.
Abbott, love is like a poker game. It starts out with a pair. He's got to have jack or better. She gets a flush. He shows diamonds. And they end up with a full house. Sometimes with a joker in the middle.
Costello,
I don't believe you've got a new girl. No girl would have anything to do with you.
Oh, but I got plenty of girls. My trouble is getting rid of them. When I get rid of one, another one pops up. When I get rid of her, another one pops up. It's like jumping from the frying pan into the arms of Jane Russell.
That's jumping from the frying pan into the fire, my friend.
You jump where you like, and I'll jump where I like.
You know, you want to be careful, Costello. This is leap year.
Huh?
This is leap year, you know. You may get trapped. Leap year is different.
Why?
Well, it's the year when a woman proposes to a man. The woman makes up the man's mind for him.
That's different.
Now, wait. Costello, June is a month for marriages. But you don't have to worry. Very few girls would marry you.
Very few would be enough. One at a time. In parentheses, mad. How many girls do you think I need, Abbott? Do you want me to get arrested for trigonometry?
No, not trigonometry. When a man has several wives, it's polygamy. When he has two wives, that's bigamy. Do you know what it is when a man has one wife?
That's monotony.
Not monotony. Not monotony. Monogamy. Do you know what monogamy is?
Sure, I got a table made out of that stuff. Solid monogamy.
You mean mahogany.
Oh, no, that's the name of the guy that sold me the table. Patrick Mahogany.
No, that isn't mahogany. It's Patrick Mahoney. Do you understand? Mahoney.
Mahoney is the name of the song. Mahoney done told me. Mahoney done told me.
No, look.
Mahoney done told me.
No, let's talk sense, please. That's not Mahoney.
Line. Let's talk sense.
That's not Mahoney. That's my mammy.
Oh, I've been there, Abbott.
You've been where?
My mammy, Florida.
No. My mammy, Florida. That's Miami.
That's what I clean my sink with.
You mean Banami.
Who?
Banami.
Now you're back to the songs again.
What songs?
Banami lies over the ocean. Banami lies over the ocean.
Costello, you must have had a tough life.
Oh, yes, Abbott. We lived next to the YWCA, and every wash day my mother would blindfold me.
What's tough about that?
You know, I was 25 years old before I found out that horses weren't the only ones that wore halters. Halters. Speaking of horses, Abbott, how was your wife?
I heard that remark.
Oh, I said it for you to hear.
One more crack like that and I'll lower your bicycle seat till your rompers get caught in the sprocket.
How dare you insult my wife, Costello? Why, she's beautiful. Just look at her.
I am looking at her. Mrs. Abbott, when I look at your left eye, I keep wondering.
Wondering what?
Wondering what your left eye has that makes your right eye keep looking at it. My bunny likes
Oh, you bloated magpie. You should talk about my eyes. I'm afraid to look at your eyes.
Why are you afraid?
I'm afraid a baby kangaroo might jump out of one of those pouches. I told you.
Get over that one fast.
Don't let Costello bother you, honey. He's feeling a bit spring feverish. He met a new girl, and he's thinking of getting married.
Getting married? Oh, what a picture. Beauty and the Blimp.
Oh, goodbye.
Oh, goodbye.
And goodbye to you, Mrs. Abbott, and 33 skidoo.
Costello, that's 23 skidoo.
When you get her age, it takes longer to skidoo.
Oh, goodbye.
Wait a minute. Hey. Who are you whistling at, Costello?
That pretty girl in the front row.
Well, you can't get a girl by whistling.
One time I got two girls that way.
You got two girls by whistling?
I had a split lip.
How did you get the split lip?
The two girls were with a cop.
I'm surprised at your actions, Lou. I always thought you were bashful.
Well, I used to be bashful, Abbott. When I was born, I stayed in bed for a whole year. I didn't even talk to my mother.
Costello, why do you always act so stupid?
Well, I have to, because to make you look good. Now, wait a minute. When you came in here tonight, you told me that you had a new girl. Have you been out with her yet? Have I been out with her yet?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure. Last night we sat on her front porch. I wanted to kiss her, but her father was home.
Well, does her father object to kissing?
I don't know. I didn't try to kiss her father.
Didn't you take her anywhere?
Oh, yes. I took her out to eat. It was a swell restaurant, Abbott. That's where I got this jacket. I took it off the hook by mistake. I wish I had a pair of pants to match it.
Why did you get some?
Nobody hangs up pants in a restaurant.
Well, hello there. How are you all?
Hey, Abbott, get a load of this beautiful girl. Honey, child, haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Why, you showed up high.
Weren't you at Ciro's last Saturday night wearing a strapless, low-cut evening gown?
Uh-huh.
And it had a bare midriff?
Uh-huh.
And the dress didn't have no back to it?
Uh-huh.
I knew I'd seen your face someplace before.
Why, you silly little boy.
One silly is enough. Don't pass your part.
Why, I'm the girl you were out with last night.
Abbott, it's my new girl, Honeysuckle Epstein.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Honeysuckle. Are you the new girlfriend that Costello has been talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I sure am. And Costello, honey, when you didn't call me today to make a date, I just went all to pieces.
Well, whoever put you back together again sure did a nice job. Honeysuckle, I'm crazy about you. Everywhere I go, I see your face. All night long, your face is before me. I can't sleep.
Why not?
I'm ashamed to have you see me in my pajamas.
Oh, you all are so cute. I'm going to kiss you. Come here.
Oh, kiss me again.
All right.
Kiss me again.
All right. Why are you crying when I kiss you?
You're standing on my foot.
Honeysuckle, are you and Lou going out tonight?
Well, no. That's what I came over to tell you, Costello, honey child. Tonight, I have a date with Lon Chaney.
Lon Chaney?
Uh-huh.
He can't cut me out. I'll break every bone in his body. I'll tear him to ribbons. I'll beat him to a pulp.
But honey child, Lon Chaney is 6'4", and don't forget, he's a wolf man. What do you say now?
Well, have fun.
And there's a lot more mad stuff still to come. But right now, a change of pace to let you hear this. Time now for Susan Miller to join Manny Melnick and lyrically take us on a Louisiana hayride.
If this troubled world is getting you down and you greet your friends with a terrible frown, relax and come with me. If Old Man Blues has you under his grip, come along with me on a mythical trip. No tax, it's all free. Your ticket's your imagination, let it have its way. Our magic carpet's just a wagon filled with a load of hey, 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 hey. Get going, Louisiana. Louisiana hayride. Get going, we all is ready. Start something, Louisiana hayride. No use for calling to roll. Oh, I like that sport, sitting in the hay, loving it away. Oh, but the time is short. Crack your little whip, get your little ship to go. Start something, Louisiana hayride. No fooling, we all is happy. Get going, Louisiana hayride. No use for calling to roll. For those of you who've never taken this magic sort of ride, we've hired Daniel Cupid to come along with us to guide. Daniel loves this sort of a journey. In fact, they're his delight. Just follow his instructions and you will find you do all right. And as that man on the radio says, oh yes, good news tonight. Get going, Louisiana hayride. Get going, we all is ready. Start something, Louisiana hayride. No use for calling to roll. Oh, I like that sport, sitting in the hay, loving it away. Oh, but the time is short. Crack your little whip, get your little ship to go. Start something, Louisiana hayride. No fooling, we all is happy. Get going, Louisiana hayride. No use for calling to roll. Louisiana hayride. Get ready to roll.
Well, Costello, it looks like you're going to lose your new girlfriend, Honeysuckle, to Lon Chaney. She's stepping out with him tonight, you know.
I'll fix that Lon Chaney. Stealing my girl. I'll tell that guy where to head in.
Oh, you're getting awful tough all of a sudden.
Well, Abbott, I've been taking those physical coaches from Charles Atlas by mail.
You have?
Yes.
Let me see your muscles.
Huh?
Let me see your muscles.
I don't get the muscles until next week. But I'm plenty tough. That Lon Chaney don't scare me. I'd like to see that Lon Chaney walk through that door right now. I'd tell him where to get off.
Hello, fella. I'm Lon Chaney. Listen, Costello, didn't I hear you just say that you were going to tell me where to get off?
Yes, Chaney. I'm going to tell you where to get off. Where do you live?
Right here in Hollywood.
Well, you get off at Hollywood and Vine.
Costello, don't you get fresh with me. Remember one thing. I am the wolf man.
Yes, Costello. When the sun goes down, he turns into a wolf.
Him and 5 million other guys. Him and 5,000,001 other guys.
That's you, I know.
Chaney, you'd better lay off me or I'll put a bullet through you the hard way.
What do you mean, the hard way?
Push it through.
Oh, cut it out, Costello. You aren't tough.
Oh, no? Lon Chaney, see my fist? What do you think of it?
Dirty, ain't it?
Chaney, the last guy I had a fight with is in a hospital, and he'll be there for the next 2 years.
Yeah? Who is he?
Young Dr. Malone. He don't graduate till 1950.
Listen, you little sawed-off runt. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bite your head off and chew it up and swallow it.
If you do, you'll have more brains in your stomach than you got in your skull. I got brains I haven't used yet.
Well, don't let him go to your head, Lou. Hey, you shouldn't be jealous of Costello, Lon.
Oh, I don't know, Abbott. When it comes to women, I'm a little stiff competition.
You may be a little stiff, but you ain't no competition.
He's got better riders than me. I don't like your altitude.
What?
Your attitude.
Yeah.
I was higher up on the other one, wasn't I? I don't like your attitude, Chaney. You keep away from Honeysuckle Epstein. I'm warning you to withdraw.
Yeah, and suppose I don't want to withdraw.
Then I withdraw my warning.
Now, don't fight, boys. Let's settle this thing peacefully.
I just want to say one thing, Abbott. Listen, Costello. Be smart, fat boy. Stay away from honeysuckle.
What's the matter, Chaney? Aren't there any other girls in your life?
Yeah. But there ain't any life in my other girls.
There wasn't any life in that joke either.
I can't stand any more of you. Mr. Abbott, will you do me a favor?
Certainly, Lon. Anything for you, Mr. Chaney.
Well, drop by Honeysuckle's house. Here's her address. Tell her that I won't be able to keep my dates tonight. I've got to work at the studio.
You bet I will, Chaney.
Hey, you got a pretty fancy name. What do people call you, Lon or Chaney?
Well, some people call me Lon, other people call me Chaney. But my friends call me Junior.
Out of my way, Abbott. I'm off to see Honeysuckle Epstein.
You idiot. You can't go on that date tonight. You've got no money.
Well, I'll stop at my Uncle Mike's house and borrow some. He's loaded. He just sold his invention.
What did he invent?
A cake of soap, 8 feet long and 6 feet wide.
A cake of soap? A cake of soap 8 feet long and 6 feet wide?
Yes.
How can you pick it up to lather yourself?
You don't pick it up. You just sit on it and slide up and down.
Well, I've got her address, and as long as you insist on seeing her, let's go over to the house.
Let's. Got here fast, didn't we?
Come on, Costello. Here's Honeysuckle's apartment. Her name is right on the door.
Well, it's my little honey-child boyfriend, Costello. Won't you all come in?
Honeysuckle, honeychild, little old, you look lovely tonight. That's a gorgeous dress you're wearing.
Oh, it's just an old Mother Hubbard.
Mother Hubbard?
Yes.
Don't look now, but your cupboard is bare.
Honeychild, Costello, you all has got to leave now. I got a date with Lon Chaney, and he's very, very jealous of me. If he catches you here, he's going to be awful mad.
Oh, no, Honeysuckle. Mr. Chaney stopped off at the studio and asked me to come over and tell you that he can't keep his date. He has to work tonight.
Oh, well, in that case, what do you think we ought to do this evening?
Let's neck.
Wait a minute, Costello. You forget that I'm here.
Yeah, but I only neck with girls.
Oh, there's someone at the door. Who is it?
It's me, Honeysuckle, darling. It's me. I didn't have to work tonight. After all, may I come in?
Honeysuckle, we've got to do something. Lon Chaney finds Costello here, he'll murder him.
I know what to do. Just a minute, Lon, honey. I'm baking a cake.
I'm the cake, and if he gets in here, he'll crack my frosting.
Now, Costello, here's what we're going to do. You go in my bedroom, put on one of my dresses, and I'll introduce you as Miss Abbott's girlfriend.
Come on, Costello. Into the bedroom. I'll help you get dressed. Hurry up. All right, take it easy. All right, Costello, get into these things. Here, quick.
What's this thing?
Put this on first.
What is it? Looks like a slingshot.
That's a girdle. That's a girdle. It's a two-way stretch.
No good for me. I stretch 4 ways.
Oh, stop now. Slip the stretch over your head. That's it. All right, now let's go.
All right. Hello, Bud. What are you doing over
Oh,
here?
I just brought my girlfriend over, Lon. I'd like you to meet her. Her name is Miss.
My name is Lula Castellanos.
Oh, yes.
Well, shut my mouth. I all from South Patterson, New Jersey. Shut my mouth. You all. Yes, sir?
Well, I'm just glad to meet you. Say, Honeysuckle, put on some of that music on the Victrola and we'll have a dance. Get out some of that romantic stuff like Hold That Tiger.
But Hold That Tiger isn't romantic.
It is to another tiger.
Lon, I'll dance with Miss Abbott, and you dance with Lulu.
Oh, no. Now, wait a minute. Okay. Come into my arms, me proud beauty.
Oh, I'm not so proud.
You ain't no beauty either.
Go ahead, Lon, honey. Now, you just dance with Lulu, and I'll go out and see how my cake is coming along.
But I think I'd better dance with Mr. Abbott. He's the man that brought me.
Oh, tush. That's all right, Lulu. I'm not jealous. Go ahead and dance with Mr. Chaney. Go ahead. It's all right.
You rat, Abbott.
Rat. Come on, Lulu. Let's cut a rug, huh? Lulu, dear, what was that noise?
That was my garters. It's a long pull from my girdle to my body top.
Well, you two seem to be getting along fine. I think I'll go out in the kitchen with Honeysuckle.
Hey, Abbott, come back here. Come here.
Ah, Lulu, at last we're alone. Let me crush you in my arms.
Mother told me there'd be nights like this.
What is the matter with you, Lulu? Have you no warmth? What do you think this is? Puppy love?
It must be. Your nose is cold.
Please, Lulu. Please, Lulu. Can't you see the light of love burning in my eyes? As I draw you to me, don't you feel a spark, a fire?
Yes, I do feel a spark in the fire.
Is it love?
No, your cigar is sticking in my ear.
You can't deny me any longer, Lulu. Let me kiss you.
No, not today, Lon.
Please, Lulu. Just one little kiss.
No, not today.
Lulu, why do you keep saying, not today?
Because today I am a man.
Wait a minute. Why, you're Costello. I'm going to kill you.
If you do, I'll never speak to you again.
The boys will be back for a curtain call in just a few seconds. The time it takes to tell you this. Here are Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Folks, we want to remind you of the big contest on our Saturday morning Abbott and Costello Kid Show.
You can win over $20,000 in prizes, including a $5,000 airplane, a $3,000 automobile, a live baby elephant, a $3,000 house trailer, and thousands of dollars more in big prizes. You can win them all by entering this contest, folks, and at the same time, you'll be doing your part to fight juvenile delinquency.
It's really a worthwhile project, folks, so remember to tune in Saturday morning.
That's over ABC Saturday morning, the Abbott and Costello Kid Show. You can hear it over most of these same ABC stations.
See you Saturday.
See you next Wednesday night, too.
Good night, folks.
Good night, folks. Good night, everybody in Patterson.
Tonight at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Banda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. This is Michael Roy saying goodbye until this same time next Wednesday. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is money. M-O-N-E-Y.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho!
Don't be afraid, he's harmless. Hey, that's me, Groucho Marx! Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who gets first whack at it?
We invited some railroad conductors and some longshoremen to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected conductor Carl Putt and longshoreman Clarence Blake. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, gents, to You Bet Your Life. And if either of you says the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you use every day. A conductor and a longshoreman, eh? Conductor, where are you from?
Originally from Des Moines, Iowa.
Tell me, who do you conduct for, the Los Angeles Philharmonic?
I'm a conductor for the Union Pacific Railroad.
What train do you work on?
City of Los Angeles.
Where do you go on your train?
I handle a run from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, Nevada.
The City of Los Angeles goes to Las Vegas?
The City of Los Angeles goes all the way to Chicago.
Must leave an awful big hole between Glendale and Long Beach. Well, that's where the city was yesterday. I was looking for it. Longshoreman Blake is your name? Where are you from?
Originally from Rome, New York.
How long a shoreman are you, Mr. Blake?
I don't think I know what you mean.
Well, frankly, I don't know what I mean either. Let's have another go at it, huh? How long do you have to be a longshoreman?
Oh, not very much.
You mean size has nothing to do with it, huh? Then you could be a short longshoreman, huh?
I suppose so.
Longshoreman, where do you work?
Down in San Pedro.
Where in San Pedro do you work?
On the docks.
I thought the docks worked on each other. What made you decide to become a longshoreman? Was it an urge to do uplifting work?
No, I believe I love the water.
Mm-hmm. Get that in the bathtub. You like the ocean, huh?
Yes, I do.
You like the sea. Why aren't you a sailor instead of a landlubber?
Well, that's not a very good way to raise a family.
That's not necessarily true. Fish manage pretty well. Huh? How far out to sea do you get as a longshoreman, huh?
Oh, about 25 feet.
Clarence, your anchor is dragging, huh? Now tell me, Whistle Stop. What are your duties as a conductor?
Well, to collect the tickets, see that the space is properly assigned, and to maintain the schedule.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought the engineer maintained the schedule.
No, I'm the head of the train.
I thought you looked familiar. You're the cowcatcher, in other words. Well, let's take an average day. What's the first thing you do when you report for work in the morning?
Compare your watch with a standard clock, and you check against inferior and superior trains.
Well, how do you tell an inferior train? Is it come from the wrong side of the tracks? What time does your train stop at San Bedou?
In which direction?
Going along the track. Isn't that the customary direction?
Well, I mean going east or west.
It doesn't make any difference. East is east and west is west. And never the train shall meet. Well, tell me, conductor, what was your most unusual experience on your train?
Well, perhaps the most unusual was having babies arrive while en route.
You had a baby en route?
Well, yes, I've had 2 or 3.
Well, was it an upper or a lower berth? Well, tell me, did you throw the kid off because he didn't have a ticket, or...
No, the new arrival and the mother was put off at the first stop for hospitalization.
Oh, I see. That was probably the first time your train ever had an arrival ahead of schedule. Now, incidentally, suppose you're racing along and the stork decides to make a landing on your caboose and you have to stop the train. How do you instruct the engineer?
We have a system of whistle signals.
I have a whistle signal, too, but no one stops for it.
Well, one whistle, when running, means look to your orders.
Well, what do you stick your head out the window and whistle? Or?
No, we have a system of air whistles within the train. You pull a cord.
Okay, well, what's two whistles?
Two whistles when standing means to start. Two whistles when running is stop the train at once.
You want to throw the kid off, huh?
Yeah.
And what's the next one? Three whistles.
Three whistles when standing is back the train. Three whistles when running is stop at the next station.
Mm-hmm. Sounds to me like you're always on a toot on that train. How do you get the train started again?
We give the engineer a highball.
No wonder you're always on a toot, huh? What time does your train stop at San Badu?
Yesterday it was 7:21 westbound and 6:21 eastbound. I don't know what it is today.
Oh. Well, as soon as it stops, will you signal for a highball for me? Now that I know all about railroads and longshoremen, you're going to get your chance to win a lot of money, you bet your life.
Car owners all over the country are familiar with the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. There are more than 3,000 of these signs from one end of this nation to the other. And each and every one of them is a cordial invitation to you to come in and get acquainted. These dealers are certain that once they have a chance to serve you, you'll come back whenever you need service for your car. The folks at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers will do their utmost to treat you fairly and squarely. That's their creed. It will pay you to give them a chance to show you what good service really means. So drive in next time you see the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected farm animals and birds as your category. Is that right? Now you got $20. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
What kind of a farm animal is an Aberdeen Angus?
Cow.
A cow is right.
And they're off to a great start with $30.
You conductor, you've been looking out the window. That's it. All right, now you got $30. How much you going to bet?
$20.
$20. What kind of a farm animal is a percheron?
It's a horse.
Is a horse is right.
They're climbing. They have $50.
You stevedore, you've been loading horses, haven't you? All right, now you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you try?
$40.
$40. What kind of a farm animal is a Toggenburg? Toggenburg.
I think it's a goat.
A goat is right.
They're really climbing now. They have $90.
How much of the 90 are you going to try?
50.
50 is right.
$50. What is a pole in China?
Pig.
Pig.
A pig is right.
And they wind up with $140.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Don't run away now. You might get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still money. Perhaps the next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a housewife and a gardener, and here they are. Mrs. Sarah Pinola and Mr. Arthur Anders meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if one of you says the secret word while we're talking, he wins $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you use every day. A housewife and a gardener, eh? Mr. what is it, Anders? I presume you're the gentleman who does the gardening.
Yes, sir.
Are you married?
Yes.
Since you're a gardener, I'll bet I know what pet name you call your wife. Something you grow in your garden that begins with a P. You know what I'm thinking of?
Mm-hmm. Petunia?
No, I was thinking of pumpkin. But you know your wife better than I do. By the way, what's your wife's place name?
Peggy.
No, I'm afraid I don't know. What's your hometown, Mrs. Pinola?
Racine, Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. What sort of work does your husband do?
He works for Los Angeles Transit Line, a bus driver.
Mm-hmm. How'd you meet him?
I met him in a shooting gallery where I was working.
Was he half shot at the time?
No, he was very happy when he walked in.
Oh. How was he when he left? What do you mean he was happy? What were you doing at the shooting gallery?
I was working.
Were you one of the clay pigeons?
I was loading up... No. I was loading up the guns and taking their money.
Sarah, you just said money, and that's tonight's secret word, so you just won $100 in cash. Compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. I bet you think money really grows on trees, huh? Now, what were we discussing before you shook that money tree, huh?
How I met my husband.
Oh, yes. You were loaded in the gallery. Huh? What was your husband doing there?
He was taking an evening stroll.
To a shooting gallery?
No, he passed the shooting gallery.
Uh-huh.
So he saw a girl working there, which was me. And he thought, well, he was going to have some fun.
He's pretty shrewd, isn't he, huh? The minute he saw you, he said, that's a girl, huh? You can't fool old man Pinola. He knows his...
So he wanted to fool me, and he says, I bet I can outshoot you. But he didn't know what was coming. I says, okay. I says, see if you can outshoot me. So he shot about...
Is this verbatim?
He bought about $5 worth of shots. He take one round, and I take one round. And I kept beating him. He was mad. He put his hands in his pocket. He walked out. He was real mad. Then the next night he comes. I outshot him again. That went on for about a week. Well, he didn't.
Well, how much did he spend by that time?
No, he must spend about $35 that week. Well, he was single. He could afford it.
So, by this time, you were beginning to suspect that...
Yeah, so I said, oh, there's more to it than that. So
there's more to it than meets the bullseye, you say.
He says, I'm taking you out. He says, I'm going to show you. He says, if you can outshoot me on live game, he says, I'll marry you.
Kind of a curious proposal, isn't it?
We went, and I couldn't shoot at all.
You went where? Where'd you go?
We went hunting. It's in pheasant country up in Wisconsin.
Oh.
So we went hunting pheasants, and I'm ashamed to say I couldn't shoot a live game. Boy, he was good, though. He could shoot. But he says, I won't break your heart, honey. He says, I'll marry you anyway.
And did you love him by this time?
Oh, yeah, I liked him quite a bit.
Uh-huh. How old were you when all this happened, when you got married?
15.
15.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's hard to shoot a pheasant when you're 15, I Now tell me, Mr. Anders, you're still here, aren't you?
Yeah.
Thought maybe you'd gone to seed. As a gardener, whom do you work for, Mr. Anders?
I work for myself.
You're in business for yourself, huh? You developed your business by running it into the ground, eh? Now tell us, Chris, that's short for chrysanthemum. Do you know how to spell chrysanthemum?
Well, it's C-H-R... Well, you don't have to know how to spell them.
Mr. Anders, I'm aware of that, but where's your factory? On Flower Street?
No, I don't have a factory.
Fine gardener, doesn't even have a plant, huh? Specifically, what do you do in your job?
Oh, mow lawns, put in sprinkling systems.
I used to know a fellow named mow lawn, huh? Have you planted anything in your garden lately, Sarah?
Yeah, I saw a cactus by some people we know, and I liked it, so I dug it out of their yard and made a hole in mine and put it in there.
Where were the people?
They were home.
Well, how did you plan it? You just dig a hole and stick it in?
I just dug a hole and put it in. I said either it grows or it dies. I don't know.
Sarah, that's a pretty cynical attitude. Was she doing it the proper way, Mr. Anders?
Well, that's about right. It doesn't take too much knowledge to raise a cactus.
I guess the big trick is stealing the plant, huh? Are any flowers blooming this early in the year, Mr. Anders?
Well, there's quite a few early bloomers. I understand.
You mean on a windy day, huh? You say there are quite a few early bloomers. Did you ever find any ants in those early bloomers? This has all been very educational, Mr. Anders, and you too, Sarah. Now, let's see if a gardener and a housewife will get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get the chance. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The conductor and the longshoreman earned $140.
You ready? Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs about the weather. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how much of the 20 are you going to try?
10.
Give me the title of this weather song. Play, Jerry. Talk right up now.
No, let it snow.
Let it snow. The lady says let it snow.
$20, Groucho.
So how much of the 30 will you try?
20.
What is the name of this song? Okay, Jerry.
April showers.
April showers.
They're $20 now. That's $50.
Now you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you bet?
40.
$40. Is that all right with you? Here we go. Play it, Jerry.
We're having a heat wave.
They're having a heat wave.
Now they have $90.
All right, you've zoomed up to $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90?
80.
$80. Give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry.
No, stormy weather.
Stormy weather is right.
And they wind up with $170.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $1,500 question. Fenneman, who's ahead?
Well, the housewife and the gardener are leading with $170, and the secret word is still money. Just before we went in the air, our studio audience selected Miss Margot Heister, a 10-cent store clerk, and Mr. J.C. Solomon, a diamond merchant. And here they are, folks. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you use every day. Solomon, huh? Right. J.C. Solomon, huh? You're the diamond merchant, huh?
Right.
Where are you from, J.C.?
Chicago.
Thought maybe you'd be a stone's throw from Los Angeles, since you're in the diamond business, huh?
That's right.
You're from the Miss Heister? You're from the 10-cent store?
Yes, I am.
Which one? Huh?
Chris on Hollywood Boulevard.
Pretty fair-looking dish to be in Pennsylvania. What's your hometown, Margot?
Sun Valley.
Sun Valley, Idaho? Are you a good skier?
No.
You never did any skiing?
No.
That's the way it goes. Huh? People in Brazil never drink coffee. Huh? People here can't afford it. Huh? Are you married, Margot?
Yes, I am.
Well, let's talk about diamonds, huh? Tell me, J.C., do you ever hand out samples?
I never hand out samples.
You don't give any diamonds away,
Don't give
huh?
diamonds away.
Haven't you ever given just a tiny little diamond to a beautiful girl?
Yes, I did once.
You slippery old dog, you. Did you ever see that girl again?
Yes, I do. I married her.
Was that to get the diamond back? Do you handle anything besides diamonds, Mr. Solomon?
Yes, I do. Rubies, sapphires, emeralds.
Precious stone once cost me $500. Did I get gypped?
Well, what kind of a stone did you buy?
I didn't buy any. The doctor didn't say. He charged me $500 for removing it. What are the semi-precious stones?
Well, they are opals, tourmalines,
I thought that's
aquamarines.
something you found under your house.
Aquamarines.
What color are opals?
Opals are a variety of colors. Every color under the sun is an opal.
That isn't true. Opals are only pink. I watched her hanging them on the line only this morning. Which is the most valuable of all the stones, Mr. Solomon?
I should judge a diamond is about the most valuable stone.
Why are they so expensive? Is such a big
Because
demand?
they're in demand. They are in demand.
Oh, certainly is at my house, I know. We don't have any diamonds at my house, but there's certainly a big demand for them. How much do you charge for the average diamond?
Well, they run anywhere from $50 to $3,500 per carat.
It's a lot of money for a carat. I don't see how those rabbits can afford them. I think I'd better get back to figures I'm more accustomed to. Hello, Margot. How are you? What kind of rings are in greatest demand at your store?
Well, I think I'd say engagement and wedding rings.
I know a certain gardener who bought one of your rings. Maybe that's why he's got a green thumb now. Do you sell diamonds and emeralds and rubies in your dime store?
Yes, we do. Hundreds of them every day.
You do? How much would you charge me for a diamond bracelet? A little one, I mean.
Various prices. It's according to quality, up to $1.
Well, that's very reasonable, Mr. Solomon. How can you have the nerve to charge thousands of dollars for a diamond when Margot here sells them for $1?
Well, she sells you pure crystal glass.
Do you have any stones that would look good on me?
Oh, yes, I have a very nice stone that will look good on you.
No, I wasn't referring to a tombstone. I think I'll stick to opal. She's more in my line. Well, I learned a lot tonight from you two about dime store diamonds. Now you're going to try for a chance at the $1,500 question. You beat our other two couples and you win the chance at all that money. I can't tell you how much the other two couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The housewife and the gardener are ahead with $170.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nicknames of cities as your category. Is that right? You have $20. How much are you going to try and talk right out loud into the microphone?
10.
What city is called the biggest little city in the world?
The biggest little city in the world.
Take a guess. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Reno. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 10 will you try?
I'll try 5.
5? What city is called the Mile High City?
No, the Mile High City is the Big Bear Lake.
No, I'm sorry. You had the right altitude, but the wrong town. It's Denver.
They have $5, Groucho.
How much you going to bet?
3.
3. What city is called the city of brotherly love? Well, now you're down to $2. It was Philadelphia.
Well, might as well.
It was Philadelphia. Should have known that from cream cheese. Now you're down to $2. Okay, here's your last chance to beat the other couple.
Yeah.
If you can beat the other couples with $2, Mr. Solomon, you're a pretty shrewd cookie. You know how much you going to bet?
All of it.
All of it? Now, let's not go mad here. How about $1.90, Mark?
Make it the whole $2.
The whole $2? What city is called the Windy City? Chicago!
And they wind up with $4.
Well, now, wait a minute. I don't want you to crawl away from here with only $4. I'm going to give you one more question. You get it right, and you're going to win $10. Remember, no coaching, please. Are you ready? Okay, now, put your thinking cap on. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? General Grant. Margot got it.
But they won $4, and that means the housewife and the gardener get the chance to the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. You get the best equipment and the best workmanship whenever you take your car for service to an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. You get the benefit of factory-designed and approved tools and equipment. In addition, skilled mechanics who know how to use this equipment assure you of getting a better job done on your car in shorter time. This, of course, means money in your pocket. This also means a car that will serve you faithfully and economically mile after mile. So next time your car needs service, remember to stop in and get acquainted with a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Learn what so many car owners all over this country already know, that it pays to stop in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here is the housewife and the gardener, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
All right, you ready, Sarah?
Yeah.
Got your gun ready? Here we go for $1,500. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no help from the audience. The Earl of Beaconsfield was Prime Minister of England in the 60s, and under his statesmanship, Britain grew to her greatest glory. What was the name of the Earl of Beaconsfield? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Chatsworth?
No, it was Disraeli.
Oh.
Benjamin Disraeli. I'm sorry, the correct answer is Benjamin Disraeli, so that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $170 in cash, plus $100 for saying the secret word. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $2,000. Folks, be sure to see the article about Groucho and You Bet Your Life in the current issue of Look magazine.
Well, Crosby's waiting in the wings, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Good drivers don't brag about their ability to get out of tight spots. They stay out of them. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's early evening as our scene opens now, and here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mrs. Victor Gook and her son, Mr. Rush Gook. The latter has just arrived home with a bit of intelligence his mother finds upsetting. Listen.
Where did you see Uncle Fletcher?
Up at the corner of Kelsey Street. He was on his way to the Bright Kentucky Hotel to visit Mr. Gumpox.
He didn't have the railroad tracks with him.
Naturally not. Nobody could lug a ton of steel around.
Well, who all's going to get railroad tracks?
Us, Mr. and Miss Donahue, Mr. and Miss Stembottom, and his landlady, Miss Keller.
Goodness gracious.
I'm giving away a secret telling you this, ma'am, but I thought I'd better.
Yeah, maybe we can put a stop to it.
Where's Gov?
Out on the front steps. Vic!
I Donahue go.
Come in here once.
Is there a beautiful woman heavily veiled and greatly agitated on the telephone?
Come in here once. Where are the railroad tracks now?
C&A shops. Uncle Fletcher's pal down there cut up the different sections just this afternoon.
How much does each section weigh, did you say?
440 pounds.
My star.
Uncle Fletcher considers them very dainty, cute little presents. A 4-foot length of railroad track rush, he says, makes about as good a doorstop as a fella'd want. 440 pounds of solid steel can be depended upon to hold the door open or hold the door shut.
I should think so.
Greetings, Dr. Sleech. Who's your funny-looking chum?
Hi, Gav.
I don't believe I carry the bandy familiarities back and forth until we've been properly introduced. I come from a quiet, cloistered home, and my parents asked you to call the police.
Look, Uncle Fletcher really meant business when he said he was going to give us a monstrous chunk of railroad track to put on our front porch as a door holder.
Huh?
Tell him, Willie.
Well, I bumped into Uncle Fletcher up at the corner of Kelsey Street about 5 minutes ago. He was on his way to the Bright Kentucky Hotel to pay a visit on Mr. Gumpox. By the way, man, he's going to use Mr. Gumpox's garbage wagon to haul his railroad tracks in.
Well,
personally, I don't think that old rickety garbage wagon can hold 4 sections of railroad track. See, each section weighs 440 pounds. 4 sections would weigh 4 times that, or darn near a ton. 2,000 pounds in a ton, ain't there, Gus?
Yeah.
What's 4 times 440?
1,760. 240 pounds short of a ton.
Carry 1,760 pounds without collapsing. Furthermore, I don't think Howard can pull 1,760 pounds. I don't think any horse can. And Howard's a delicate horse.
well, tell your father what Uncle Fletcher said.
You're a good boy, right?
Besides us, he's going to give door stoppers to Fred and Ruthie, Mr. and Miss Donahue, and his landlady.
Thought he'd give his landlady one for her birthday.
He intended to, but his pal down at the C&A shops couldn't get it ready in time. I guess it's quite a trick cutting railroad tracks into 4-foot lengths. So I have to use an acetylene torch or something.
Holy smoke, what a door holder.
A door holder weighing 440 pounds can be depended upon to keep a door open or keep a door shut.
I'll say.
Well, we don't want any such contraption on our front porch. Fred and Ruthie and Mr. and Miss Donahue don't want any such a contraption on their front porches either. It'll make embarrassment all round if my uncle forces such junk on them.
We have to be careful of Uncle Fletcher's feelings, of course.
Well, yeah, that too.
He's all hopped up about it. You'd think he was handkerchiefs or something.
Well, tell God what he said.
You're a good boy, right?
You pulled that comical remark once. We've all had a dandy big laugh. Now let's discuss this business serious. When's he going to deliver his chunks of railroad tracks?
He never said. I guess that's what he's going to talk over with Mr. Gumpox tonight at the Bright Kentucky Hotel.
Beaten, ain't they?
Uh-huh. All Uncle Fletcher's got to do is go down to C&A shops and pick 'em up.
I'd like to see him pick 'em up.
So would I.
Well, how many fellas would it require to pick up 4?
How many?
4.
4 namby-pambies, maybe. It'd only be 110 pounds apiece.
Yeah, guess you're right. I can lift 110 pounds.
3 fairly husky guys could do it easy.
Yeah.
So me and Ruthie and Miss Donahue and Miss Keller are going to have door stoppers on our front porch we have to move around when we sweep and scrub that requires 3 husky men to lift up off from the ground, huh? Oh, Uncle Fletcher, Uncle Fletcher.
I wouldn't want to have this exquisite, fragile little gift fall off the People's Bank building and clunk me on the head. I'm afraid to scratch my flesh and draw blood. Now you
hey, man, I forgot an angle.
Huh?
Uncle Fletcher's going to get his landlady to cover the railroad tracks.
Cover them?
With velvet.
Oh.
You know, like some people use a brick for a door holder and cover it with cloth?
Uh-huh. Miss Elders has got one. Hers is covered with gunny sacking, though. Burlap.
No cheap gunny sacking for Uncle Fletcher's door stoppers. He's putting out velvet.
Velvet-covered railroad tracks. It's an effete civilization. Pretty soon the human race will get so soft it'll put melted marshmallows on its weenie wurst.
Embroidered lettering, too, man.
Embroidered lettering?
Bright sayings and junk. Like ladies sometimes have on sofa pillows. Welcome to Galena, Illinois. Conductor, get off my foot. Stop making them goo-goo eyes. Every cloud has a silver lining. Ouch, your doggone dog bit me on the leg again. You know.
What's Uncle Fletcher going to have embroidered on his door stoppers?
Let's see. He mentioned a couple of bright sayings.
Your cousin is a half-wit. Your brother is a slob. I think I'll quit the section gang and get another job.
No.
The night is dark and stormy. The rain is coming down. I'll button up my...
Oh, here's one he mentioned. I'm only a piece of heavy steel, the product of the forge. I'll hold your door, either open or shut. Step up and call me George.
Oh, my.
He made that up out of his own head.
Must have been a great strain.
Uncle Fletcher's okay, Gov.
Yeah, I know he is.
Uncle Fletcher's a good boy.
I sweep my front porch every day and scrub it every week. Person has to clear stuff out of the road before they scrub and sweep. Why, I won't even be able to budge 440 pounds. And a hunk of metal 4 feet long. It'll take up half the porch. Everybody will stumble over it.
Yeah.
440 pounds.
You realize approximately how much that is, ma'am?
No.
Well, Miss Harris's roomer, Mr. Brief, weighs in the close neighborhood of 200. Steve Chestbutter also weighs around 200. Little Charlie Husher up the street weighs 40. There's your 440.
Wrap up Chestbutter, Charlie, and Breep in a piece of velvet Sade and pick 'em up. It'll give you an idea of what to expect when you start wrestling your doorstopper around.
Oh.
I don't think anything will come of this.
How you mean?
Uncle Fletcher will never be able in the world to bring a ton of steel away from the C&A shops.
He'll have Mr. Gumpox to help him.
It's my honest opinion Mr. Gumpox would be embarrassed if he was called upon to lift 30 pounds.
Yeah, he's certainly no strong man.
No, I'll just lay you a little bet at 25 cents. Those 4 chunks of railroad tracks stay at the C&A shops.
Huh.
And another thing, just wait till Uncle Fletcher consults his landlady.
Yeah.
He always does consult her about stuff, don't he?
Yeah.
Well, there you are. She'll knock his little idea out of his head quicker than you can holler watch for him. Don't you think so?
Yeah.
Sure. She's a smart woman. She won't let him distribute 4-foot lengths of railroad track among friends of yours. I'd forget the whole affair.
Huh.
You hate to see Uncle Fletcher get disappointed, though. He was just carried away tonight with...
boyish enthusiasm.
Exactly. Boyish enthusiasm. Rushy says a doorstopper you can really depend on.
Telephone ringing. Telephone ringing.
Bluetooth Johnson, likely.
Answer and see.
Might possibly be Vernon Peggles.
There's a remote chance it's Smelly Clark.
True. As far as that goes, I wouldn't swoon with astonishment if it turned out to be Rooster Davis. Hello? Oh, hello, Miss Denbottom.
500.
Fine, thanks.
Want to play?
Sure.
She's right here handy.
All right.
Sounds like she's got just the faintest trace of a cold.
Yes, lady. Oh, finished my dishes hours ago. No, just sitting here with her teeth in her mouth. Uh-huh. Why, we'd think elegant. Sure. All right. All right, fine. You bet. All righty, Ruthie, we'll be looking for you. You bet. Goodbye. Leaving right now. Means a trip to the drugstore for you, Dr. Sleech.
Oh.
A velvet-covered chunk of railroad track 4 feet long.
A doorstopper weighing 440 pounds can be depended upon to hold a door open or hold a door shut.
Yes.
I'm only a piece of heavy steel, a product of the forge.
I'll hold your door either open or shut.
Step up and call me George.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, look, Duffy, I'm glad you called. Look, how would you like to see Mrs. Duffy in an ermine coat with a sable girdle and mink garter? It'd be a good excuse to set a trap. Well, what I'm talking about is I want to make you rich, Duffy. I want you to take a flyer with me into the seminar industry. Huh? Well, Duffy, there's big dough in it. A guy like you could have a mansion in Beverly Hills, big cars, personal balance so you don't have to soak your own feet. Huh? A swimming pool? You don't have to do with them, Duffy. You could keep water in one and Mrs. Duffy in the other. Well, I'm telling you, this movie deal would be terrific for you. See, I put up my brains, and you match it with your money. You wouldn't have to take this money. Huh? You'll think it over? Okay, Duffy, that's good enough for me. Hey, Eddie, guess what? I just talked Duffy into putting up the dough for me next picture.
Oh, that's wonderful.
What's the idea of the whiskey?
I didn't want to wake you up. You was having such a beautiful dream if Duffy put up the money.
Well, why not? I'm putting up my talent, ain't I? Eddie, you admit I got talent, don't you? Eddie, do you admit it or don't you?
You want that question answered man to man or on a labor management basis? Is this the same crummy picture you was trying to sell to Alan Ladd last week?
Well, yeah, but I had to change it. I didn't figure Alan Ladd was big enough to support me.
Well, who is?
That's just it. There ain't nobody. So I have wrote this new story just about myself. It's the story of my life, you know.
Yeah, sounds very interesting. Will you excuse me while I go put out the garbage?
Never mind about the garbage. Ain't you interested in hearing me life story?
Well, okay. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. All right. I'll listen.
Well, since you insist, here it is. It's a Horatio Alger story. It tells how Archie, the ragged street urchin, went from poverty and rags to become the Archie that he is today.
Not much action, is there?
You ain't heard it yet. You see, it starts out with my environment. Scene 1 shows me as a baby in me nursery, you know, where I'm laying in me little castanet. So my father, a gay, dashing hod carrier, is bending over me. So I looked up at him, and realizing all he has done for me, I start to cry. So he decides to walk the floor with me. So he picks me up, lays me tenderly in his hod, and he waltzes me around the room.
It sounds like a great part for Fred Astaire.
Astaire could never play it. My father was strictly a flatfoot waltzer. Well, anyway, suddenly my mother comes home after a hard day at Roseland, see? Her feet are black and blue. You know, we're doing a picture in Technicolor. So Mater says to the old man, she says, Fred, I got sad news. I lost my job today. I refused to do the shimmy. So the old gent says, don't worry, Millie. We don't need that lousy 10 cents a dance. We have other treasures. And with a tear in his eye, he points to me laying up there in the hod. And he says, we have riches. We have our rhinestones. Ain't that a sad opening, Eddie?
Miserable.
I thought you'd like it. Well, in the next scene, I go from there to the tender years of me obsolescence, see? When I began to search, I began to grope for the mystery of life. The in-between age, you know, when I was too tall for keyholes and too short for transoms. The age of confusion, when I was grasping, when I didn't know where to go.
Is it too late for suggestions?
To continue, I didn't know which way to go, but suddenly it comes to me. I hear the call of Thestia. Actor's blood pounds at me pulse. Me nostrils get filled by the smell of the grease ball. I have been called.
Put on your shoes, Mother. This is where we came in.
Eddie, please, once in a while, couldn't you keep that dopey mouth shut? Well, how are you, kid? How's every little thing?
I don't bother them. They don't bother me.
Mexican standoff, huh? Al broke, and again, I'm busy telling Eddie here about this movie I'm writing.
Oh, well, maybe I could give you the benefit of my experience.
What are you talking? You don't know nothing about the movies.
Oh, no? I see every picture that's worth sneaking into.
You're sneaking into the movies. Don't you know that crime don't pay?
So what? Neither do I.
Well, how do you manage to sneak in anyway?
Oh, I got me method, John. I just got a new one, a beauty.
What?
Well, I saunter up to the door, man, very nonchalantly, of course, and I kick him in the chin.
And then what?
Well, if luck is with me, he punches me in the nose and knocks me flat.
But how does that get you inside?
Oh, a high-class theater ain't going to leave something like me laying around in the lobby.
Now, you get a punch in the nose. No wonder your face looks like a double feature. Have you got any other great methods like that?
Oh, hundreds of them, Marge. Listen to this one. I go up to the box office and I buy a ticket. I take it into the doorman, and while he's tearing the ticket in half, I run inside and sit down.
But that way you paid to get in.
Well, Arch, after all, no method is perfect.
Leave us assume that you don't know what you're talking about. What are some of these tricks that you want to tip me off to?
Well, for instance, if you need a guy to fall off a cliff, you don't have to have a real guy.
You don't, huh?
No. You use a dummy.
Sorry, Finnegan, no casting today.
So that casting, that reminds me, that's another thing, Arch. You gotta watch out who you hire. And take a tip. Stay away from that Ray Moran.
Why, what's the matter with him?
Did you see the Lord's Weekend?
No.
Well, I don't know how they let him get away with it, but he went through the whole picture cockeyed drunk.
Will you please remind me next Christmas to get you a pencil sharpener with a nice snap brim? Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. Have you thought over the proposition? Huh? You what? You just read in the paper where my last picture was one of the 10 worst pictures of the year? Yes, but Duffy, did you happen to notice that it was first on the list? Certainly, and this new one will make a fortune. Huh? Well, okay, don't do me no favors. There's plenty of other people that'll put up the dough. But just remember, someday when you walk along the street and you hear people say, "There goes the biggest jerk in town," then maybe you'll think of me. Toss it around, kid. What is it?
You don't know how to handle Papa.
What do you mean?
Well, you got to use psychology with him. Now, when I want to get money out of him, I sit on his lap, put my arm around his neck, and then I kiss him and say, "My darling Papa is looking tired tonight." And then he goes to bed, and as soon as he's asleep, I take the money out of his hand.
Duffy, I need money, but not bad enough to start necking with your old man.
Well, maybe I could do something with him.
On what basis?
On the basis that if I get him to put up the money, that I get a part in the picture.
I take it back. I'll neck with your old man.
Now, just a second, Archie. I'm not that hard to look at.
You should be standing over here.
Archie, in the 3rd Avenue Civilian Defense Beauty Contest they put on last year, who was elected queen?
That's right, you were. Miss Waste Fats of 1945. Now, look, don't do me no favors. I'll get the money someplace.
love you, Margie. I'll tell the world I love you. Don't forget your promise to me. I have bought a home and ring, everything to Margie. You've been my inspiration, babe. Are never blue. After all is said and done, there's only one Margie, Margie, it's you. Margie, Margie, I'm always thinking of you, Margie. I'll tell the world I love you. Don't forget your promise to me. I have for wearing a nice big home and everything. Oh, Margie, hey, Margie, you've been my inspiration. Days are never blue. After all is said and done, baby, there's only one Margie, Margie, it's you.
Raise the dope for this picture somewhere. Eddie, give me that phone book.
Hey, you got some particular sucker in mind, or is this going to be the straight house-to-house canvas?
If you don't mind, I'll just take the phone book. Stands without no remarks.
Okay. There you are.
Let's see here. Q-R-S-T-U. Here it is. Uncle Sam Park Shop. Hello? Uncle Sam, this is Archie. Archie. Remember the wristwatch with the imitation alligator strap? Yeah. Yeah, well, Uncle, I got a big deal on, and I'm a little short of... Huh? Oh, your money's all tied up in cash, huh? Well, better luck next time. So long, Uncle. Oh, just a second while I got you. Don't forget to brush me blue serge suit. I wonder if my bank would be willing to arrange a loan.
What's one of your banks? The First National ticket?
No, I've got a Chase National, where I happen to be very well known. Let's see. Hello, Chase National. The manager, please. How do you do, sir? This is Archie speaking. Archie, the tall, distinguished chap that comes in to fill his fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Look, my corporation would like to liquidate a short-term fiduciary, and I was wondering if we gave you adequate security. Hello? Eddie, take their calendar down from over the bar. It's the last time I ever walk into that bank.
Give it up, Schaefer. Back we go to the post office.
What am I going to do?
Pardon me. Are you the manager here?
Yeah, why?
Well, my name is Larry Storch. I'm an impersonator, and I'm looking for a job.
Oh, yeah? Well, everybody's entitled to a chance. Kid, impersonate me somebody.
Okay.
Ah, Hetty, how beautiful you are. I would give anything to be with you. Come with me to the Carlsbad.
Oh, yeah. I could close my eyes and swear it was W.C. Fields himself. Wait a minute. Europa, you give me an idea, kid. If Duffy heard I had a bunch of big movie stars to play in this picture...
I just thought of a new way to sneak in.
Please, not now, Finnegan. Oh, by the way, Mr. Storch, this is Mr. Finnegan.
Oh, very happy to meet you. Thanks. Yeah, this guy talks like a moron.
Well, you understood him, didn't you? go ahead, Larry. Do another one here. Finnegan, stand up here. It'll be the first time you ever did an imitation for an imitation. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh? Are you serious, Jockey? Really, my boy? I should like to say this town is in a terrible turmoil. Yes, I just came from a department store. I walked up to the young lady behind the counter and said, "Do you have any notions?" She said, "Oh, yes, I do, but I suppressed them till 5:30.
Frank Morgan, that's terrific, kid. Who else can you do?
Oh, Ronald Coleman, Humphrey Bogart, Clark Gable, Barry Fitzgerald.
That phone. Wait a minute. Hello, Duffy. Duffy, new development has just arose. Yeah. Well, a whole bunch of big Hollywood movie stars just dropped in, and they all want to be in me pictures. Oh, Ronald Coleman, Humphrey Bogart, Clark Gable, Barry Fitzgerald. All right. You don't believe it? I'll put one of them on the phone for you. Barry Fitzgerald, a once-man of yours.
The top of the evening to you, Mr. Duffy. What's that? Well, of course this is Barry Fitzgerald.
Whom are you expecting, Mrs. Nussbaum?
Give me that phone, kid. Huh? Well, are you sold, Duffy? You think it's a trick? Okay, I'll convince you. I'll put on a scene with the whole parade of stars right now. Melnick, trumpets, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the preview of that great forthcoming cinema picture, The Life of Archie. This stupendous drama features none other than Humphrey Bogart, Peter Lorre, Ronald Coleman, and Clark Gable. What, Duffy? No dames. You don't realize that in Hollywood, dames are on their way out. Now, the first scene we present tonight takes place in Hollywood, the first day after I arrived here. The scene in my hotel bedroom where I'm laying in bed asleep, dreaming of the experiences that are soon to be mine. Hava. Come in, Lana.
Pardon me, sir.
Oh. Who are you?
My name is Meadows, sir. The studio sent me over to see if there's anything you want.
Well, I was just dreaming about... I guess that can wait, though. Glad you got here, Meadows. Here, shine my shoes.
Yes, sir. Shall I put some fresh paper in the soles, sir?
I think you'd better not, Meadows. I'd rather not be accused of going Hollywood. By the way, before you shine them shoes, would you mind to hand me the embroidered shorts?
You mean the ones with the big A on one side and Yoo-hoo on the other?
Yes, that's right.
What shirt would you wear, sir?
What shirt? I'll just keep this one on. I've only had 4 hours sleep.
As you wish, sir. Shall I get you a pair of fresh socks?
No, thank you. I'll just alternate the ones that I got on. So, this is Hollywood, eh, Meadows? The city of dreams. Baghdad on the Pacific. Millions of Meccas. But will it spell happiness?
If I may say so, sir, with your looks, you can't miss.
Oh, don't be too sure. My looks are apt to be my curse.
I see what you mean, sir.
Yeah, them other stars are sure to knife me. That's probably one of them now. Who's there?
Open the door. I want to talk to you. This is Humphrey Bogart.
Let him in, Meadows.
Now, look, kid. Let me give you a little bit of advice. Us actors out here had a pretty soft touch before you blew into town, and that's the way we're going to keep it, see? And if you're smart, you'll hop on the rattler and beat it right out of here. Okay, baby. I'll be right with you.
That guy. I'd just like to get in a picture with him sometime when he's an Indian and I'm a cowboy. I guess that's another one. Come in. Well, Ronald Coleman. Pip, old man. You just dropped in time for tea and tiffins. Sit down.
No, thank you. And if you don't mind, I'll come to the point immediately. I'm warning you, old boy, Hollywood can never become your Shangri-La.
Oh, yeah? Says who, sir?
Says I, sir. Now you seem to be rather a decent sort, in a crummy way. So I'm going to give you a bit of advice. If you will leave here immediately, it will be a far, far better thing you do than you have ever done. I bid you good day, sir.
What a Berkeley Square. They send $6 million over to England, and him they leave here. Oh, another one. Who is it this time?
This is Clark Gable, son.
Oh, big ears. Open the door and come in sideways.
Yeah, now look, son. I want to tell you something. I don't want anybody cutting in on my territory, see? So blow. You stay on your side of the Mississippi, and I'll stay on mine. Now, take my advice, pal, and everything will be Roger.
Just a second, Gable. You can't wilk on me just because you happen to be an ex-tail gunner. Now, what else is on your mind?
Nothing. But don't say I didn't warn you.
So that's the great Clark Gable. What's he got that I ain't got, Meadows?
Sergeant, do you mind at this point if I throw away the script and add a lib?
If you please, just read what is wrote in the script.
Okay. I think you are much handsomer than Clark Gable. Mother, forgive me.
Back to the Meadows character. Come in.
Hello, Archie, my boy.
Well, Peter Lorre. Don't tell me you're worried about me, too.
But of course, Archie. Do you know something? I've never been worried about my career before today. But when you walked off that train, I took one look at you, and for the first time in my life, I was frightened. So please, leave Hollywood quietly. Don't make violence necessary. Call me up and tell me your decision, will you?
Okay, what hotel are you staying at?
The Hollywood Plasma.
Well, Duffy, now that you heard all them big stars, what do you say? Do you want to participate in the picture? Huh? You do, eh? Well, to what extent? You'll rent me your brownie. But Duffy, with all of them big stars... Huh? As long as I get all them big stars, I should get some money from them, huh? Okay. Say, Sarge.
Yes?
How much dough you got? Any at all?
I got 50 cents.
50 cents? 50 cents? What a nerve you got, impersonating a lot of big movie stars with a lousy $50 in your pocket. Meadows, ejaculate this bum.
It's new, it's amazing, it's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley, with William Bendix as Riley. Being a parent to a teenage girl like Barbara Riley is a job that requires tact, patience, understanding, and intelligence. And Chester A. Riley is not a man to leave a job undone. In fact, he's constantly reminding his wife to do it.
Peg, you've got to do something about bed. Now, if you don't, I will.
Well, what's wrong now?
What's wrong? Here it is midnight and she ain't home yet.
Oh, Riley, it's only 9 o'clock.
Okay, so in 3 hours it'll be midnight. That girl's got no business going out without telling us where.
No, she did tell. She went over to her friend Bertha's house.
Oh.
Now, relax, dear.
Well, how do you know she went to Bertha's house? How do you know she isn't out gallivanting around with some boy?
Because I believe Babs when she tells me something. Besides, I walked part way with her, and I saw her going to Bertha's house with my own eyes.
Oh.
Now, are you satisfied?
No. How do we know Bertha isn't a boy?
Oh. For heaven's sake.
Well, you know how they all wear jeans today. How can you tell? I mean...
Oh, say, Mom.
And where have you been at this hour of the night, young man, in those pajamas?
Well, I've been in bed, Pop.
Oh.
I just wanted a drink of water.
Now, look, Peg, don't try and change the subject by dragging Junior into the conversation. We're talking about Babs.
Oh, Riley, will you stop worrying about Babs? She can take care of herself.
She's only 16, and you know what they're like at that age. Boy crazy. Like you were when you first saw me. Them modern kids. There's no telling what... And who's this Larry Benson she's raving about?
Mother, Daddy, the most wonderful things happened. Congratulate me.
I knew it. She got married.
Daddy.
Who is he? Tell me his name. I'll have him a no.
Oh, relax, Daddy. I didn't get married.
Oh. Oh, well, in that case, congratulations.
Honest, Riley, if you'd only stop jumping to Well, what's all the excitement, Babs?
I'm going to get a bid to join the best sorority in school. Isn't it simply dreamy?
Why, that's fine, dear.
Well, good for you, Babs.
I forbid it.
Oh, you can't, Daddy. You just can't.
I'm sorry, honey. There's too many girls in those sororities. And where there's girls, you'll find boys. And you're too young to go around with boys. There's plenty of time for that after you're married.
Oh, Mother.
Now, Riley, let's be sensible.
I'm sorry. My head's made up. Babs belongs to too many things. She's never home anymore.
But this is different, Daddy. The nicest girls in school belong to it. Kay Pryor and Joni Brecker and Priscilla Kent and Helene Bidwell.
Helene Bidwell's old man owns the bank, Pop. Boy, is he loaded.
So what? What's so wonderful about being rich? I could be rich, too, if I'd have married money instead of your mother. Is Bidwell better than me just because I made a mistake 17 years ago?
Oh, so that's the way you feel.
But I didn't mean that the way it sounded, Peg. There's bad acoustics in here. Now, please, forget this sorority, Babs. I don't want you going around with a bunch of risky kids getting fancy ideas.
But they're not all risky, except for Helene. They're all...
Hey, look at that swell car stopping in front of our house. Boy, it's a Cadillac.
A Cadillac in front of our house? Must have run out of gas.
Oh, it's Helene Bidwell.
Now, look, Babs, if it's about that sorority, you ain't joining.
We'll discuss it later, Riley.
But
I'll let her in. Now, Daddy, please watch what you say.
Junior, dear, you better get back to bed.
Okay, good night.
Riley, put on your coat.
What for? I'm wearing a shirt.
Oh. Hello, Helene. Hello, Barbara, darling. I hope you don't mind my dropping in like this. Oh, not at all. Come in. Helene, this is my mother.
Oh, how do you do, Helene?
How do you do? And this is my father. Daddy, this is Helene Bidwell. How do you do? Pardon my glove.
Pardon my bare hand.
Really, Mr. Riley, how droll.
Say, that's a nifty Cadillac you got there. We were just admiring it.
Oh, that old thing? It's last season's.
Oh.
Barbara, darling, I never realized you had such a charming and attractive mother.
Oh, that old thing? That's last season.
Thank you, Helene. Oh, Chester, dear, there's an important matter I want to discuss with you in the kitchen.
But, Peg, we just did the dishes.
Riley!
Well, excuse me, Helene.
You mustn't mind Daddy and his little joke. He is rather quaint, isn't he? But I'll come right to the point, Barbara. You'd like to get in our sorority, wouldn't you? Oh, I'd be just thrilled, Helene, honest. You've been seeing a lot of Larry Benson lately, haven't you?
Well, yes, but what's that got to do
Just
with...
this. You keep away from Larry Benson or I'll blackball you.
What? Why, Helene, you're kidding.
Oh, am I? Just watch me. Why, that's the rottenest trick I ever heard of. All fair in love and war, darling.
Don't you darling me, you grip. I'll date Larry Benson all I want, and I don't care if you do blackball me. Now, you get out of here, you...
My, we have a temper, haven't we? Well, think it over, darling. I'm sure you'll see my point.
Oh, I'd like to take her.
Is she gone, Babs? Now, listen. If she's an example of the type of girl they got in that sorority, then I absolutely forbid you to join. You hear me? I absolutely... Well, what are you crying about?
But, Babsy, dear, what's wrong? You don't have to worry about my joining the sorority.
Good.
That Helene's going to blackball me. She won't let me in.
What? They can't do that to my little girl. I'm getting you in that sorority if it's the last thing I do.
But, Babsy, why is she blackballing you? Because she's mean, that's why. She's just mean.
I knew she was mean the minute I laid eyes on her, putting on her ears. Some lingo she talks. Riley, Mr. Really. How Drew.
Oh, now, Babsy, dear, it isn't worth crying about.
Sure, cheer up, honey. I'll get you into that sorority. When I say I'll do something, I'll do it. I ain't one of those windbags who blow hot one minute and cold the next. I blow just one way. Nerve of that little Bidwell brat. If you ask me, Junior, I think... Junior, stop pacing up and down. Stand still.
Well, I am standing still. You're the one who's pacing.
Oh. So upset I don't know what you're doing.
That Helene's sure a mean little crumb.
That's what happens to some kids when they got a rich father. They get spoiled. Son, I promise you I'm going to do everything in my power not to get rich for your sake.
Well, thanks, Pop, but don't overdo it.
I bet her father don't even know what kind of a kid he's got. Somebody ought to tell him. Why don't I tell him? Yeah, where's my hat?
Oh,
son.
Ah, you're not going to see Mr. Bidwell.
Yes, sir. I'm going to face him with my face.
Well, Pop, you can't do that.
Oh, can't I? I'll tell him a thing or two. Look here, Mr. Farrington K. Bidwell, I'll say. I'm one of the biggest depositors in your bank, and...
Pop, you're not a big depositor.
Look here, Bidwell, I'll say. I may only be a small depositor in your bank, but if you think...
Pop, you haven't even got an account there.
Look here, Bidwell, I'll say. I'm through getting blotters from your bank. Unless you listen to what I have to say, you're going to ruin the day we ever met, I'll say.
Farrington?
Yes, my dear, yes.
Farrington.
Huh?
Farrington Bidwell. Will you put down that paper and listen to me? You haven't heard one word I've said.
I've heard all those words, my dear. You've been using them over and over for years.
I'll thank you to dispense with sarcasm. I've been trying to tell you about Helene.
Who?
Helene, your daughter.
Oh, yes, Helene. Yes, well, what's she done now?
She's madly in love again.
Yes, I see.
But this time it's serious. She's talking about marrying this person.
What, again? Last month she wanted to elope with that phony poet. Who is it this time?
Well, I haven't met him, but it's some creature by the name of Larry Swanson or Brandon or some such name. And nobody.
Confound it, Lucille. Why can't that girl pay attention to her schoolwork instead of...
Oh, that's the front door. See who it is.
Edwards. Edwards. Where's that butler?
He's up in his room with the gout.
Oh, that butler. He'd stop eating all my caviar. Perhaps he wouldn't have gout every time the confounded door... Yes?
Is this the residence of Mr. Farrington K. Bidwell?
Yes. Whom do you wish to see?
I want to see Mr. Farrington K. Bidwell. Whom are you?
I am Farrington K. Bidwell.
Oh. Well, listen, Mac. I'll come right to the point. I want to talk to you about your daughter.
My daughter? What have you got to do with Helene?
Plenty. She was over at my house yesterday. And
what?
Yeah, she met my whole family, and they feel just the way I do about her.
This is preposterous.
Farrington, who is it?
Wait here. I'll be with you in a moment.
Yeah, but I want...
I'm coming, my dear. Lucille, he's here.
Who?
This nobody you were talking about. The one Helene wants to marry.
Oh! Oh, gee. I knew something like this would happen. What's he like?
It was bad enough with that crazy poet and that disc jockey. But this time she's gone too far. He's old enough to be her father.
Oh, good heavens. You must get rid of him.
Don't worry, I will.
What are you going to do?
What I did with the others, I'll pay him off.
Look here, Mr. Bidwell, I ain't got all night. Now, if you want to do the right thing about your daughter, all you need
Just
to...
a minute. Now, there's no use discussing this any further. You are to forget that you ever met my daughter.
Oh, so that's your attitude. Well, let me tell you something. I can't forget her.
Well, you're going to. I've got something in my pocket that'll make you change your tune.
Wait, don't shoot that you... Oh, a wallet.
Now, how much do you want to forget this whole affair?
Oh, you can't bribe me. There ain't enough money in this world to make...
Every man has his price. Here, you take
No,
this.
you stop putting that money in my pocket. I don't want that.
Now, get out of here.
Stop pushing me,
You stay away from here, or I'll have you arrested.
Now, wait, don't. The nerve of that guy. Forcing money on me that I didn't ask for and then throwing me out because I refused to take it. Some banker. I ain't finished with him. Helene.
Where? It isn't Mr. Riley. Aren't you in the wrong neighborhood?
I want to talk to you, Helene. Why won't you let my dad's in your sorority?
I don't care to discuss it.
Come on now. What's the reason? Could it be that you don't want anyone in there who's prettier and got more personality than you? Is that it?
What? All right. You must know. You see, the girls in our sorority come from the best families in town.
So what? What's wrong with Babs' family?
Well, really, I've got nothing against Barbara's mother. She's a charming woman, extremely attractive and intelligent.
Keep talking.
And Junior is a sweet boy. good-looking and quite bright.
Well, then what are you beefing about? The only other one in my family is... What a revolting development this is.
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Say, Ken, the whole country's cheering for Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in a handy tube.
Naturally, Prell's remarkable for two reasons.
First, Prell brings out the natural highlights of your hair, because Prell can't leave a dulling soap film.
Second, Prell leaves hair radiantly clean, free of unsightly dandruff. Yes, Prell removes embarrassing dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Examinations by a group of doctors proved it. In case after case, even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week.
And that handy Prell tube's something to cheer about, too. Easy to use. No waste or spill.
A little makes mountains of lather. No wonder everyone's cheering for...
P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo.
Buy Prell Shampoo. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Junior, where's your sister?
In her room. Oh, how'd you make out with Mr. Bidwell?
I was never so insulted in all my life. He actually had the nerve to try and bribe me, so I shut up.
No kidding.
Yeah, but I ain't the kind of a man you can bribe. Not Chester A. Riley. I'm honest. Why, everybody calls me Riley the Square.
Yeah, but...
I told him what he could do with this filthy money. I threw it right back in his face.
Oh, but, Pop, what's that in your breast pocket?
Well, this must be a piece of lettuce from lunch. Good. It's money. He must have stuck this bill in my pocket. I wouldn't take his money for all the money in the world. Trying to bribe me. And with a measly $10 bill yet. I'm sending it right back to him.
Well, that's not a 10. That's a $100 bill.
I don't care if it's a 100. Junior, you think maybe we ought to keep this as a souvenir?
Well, you just said that...
No, I'm sending it back. You take it right over to his house.
Okay.
Wait, I'll write him a nasty note, too, and you can tell him from me that there's lots more important things than money. It's character that counts, and you can tell him the kind of character your father is.
Who is it?
It's me, Babsy. Can I talk to you a minute?
If you want to.
Oh, now, baby, I don't like to see you like this, sitting here and brooding.
I can't help it, Daddy. The sorority's meeting tonight.
Oh, who cares about them? Come on, let's you and me go to the movies. It'll take your mind off sororities. There's a swell picture, The Sweetheart of Sigma Chi.
That little cat, Helene. I'd like to slap her face.
Good for you, and I'll take a poke at her old man.
You don't know the real reason she's blackballing me.
Well, yes, I do. She told me.
She did?
Yeah.
Can you imagine such nerve? Telling me if I want to be in the sorority, I have to give him up?
Give... Oh, no, you wouldn't do that.
Well, of course not. What do you take me for? He's so sweet.
I know.
And so handsome.
Who are you talking about?
Larry Benson.
What's he got to do with it? I'm talking about me. I'm the reason she won't let you in.
You?
Yeah.
Why, it's because of Larry. Helene wants me to stop seeing him.
Oh, no, you got it all wrong. It's on account of me. Because I'm a nobody. A failure. And I got no charm.
But that's crazy, Daddy.
No, it ain't. Helene was right. I'm nothing. Believe me.
Oh, stop talking like that. You're a wonderful father.
No, I'm no good, and I can prove it. What did I ever accomplish besides getting born? Junior wants a bicycle. I can't afford it, so he has to sell papers and run errands. I made a slave out of my son.
Oh, don't.
Can't afford a maid, so on Sundays you stay home and help your mother clean the house, scrubbing and ironing. I made a dredge out of my daughter.
But I don't mind. Oh, Ben.
Yeah, ask your mother. She'll tell you. Peg, tell her I'm no good. Tell her the kind of a failure I am.
Now, what kind of talk is this? You're not a failure. You're a wonderful husband and father, and I'd rather be married to you than anybody else in the world.
You see, Babs, I even made a liar out of my wife. Oh, what a mess. What good am I? I'm no good to Babs. I'm no good to Junior. I'm no good to anybody. I'm just so much dead weight.
That's good enough for me.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, how are you, Digger?
There's good news tonight. I've just bought a brand new business vehicle, a Studebaker.
Oh, yeah, I like them. Lots of glass. The people in the back can see where they're going.
Can they? But it's just the kind of car I need in my business. A tight clutch, a fast pickup. Someday I'll give you a ride in it. You won't even know you're moving.
I got big trouble, Digger, about my daughter.
Ah, yes. Teenage children can be a problem. Yesterday, a gang of hoodlums pilfered a sign from a department store and hung it on the door of my business establishment. Oh, I was incensed.
Well, why? What did the sign say?
Christmas is coming. Try our convenient layaway plan.
Yeah, but it's more serious with Bed. She was supposed to join a sorority.
And Helene Bidwell blackballed her.
Well, yeah, how did you know?
In my business, I have to know what's what and who's where.
Poor Babs, she's all broken up.
Oh, the poor child. I remember how eager I was to join the leading fraternity at dear old Undertaker's prep.
Did they try to keep you out?
Yes, there was considerable mudslinging. But finally they accepted me. Here's my flat pin with our motto in Latin. Accidentum quor non impresentia.
Well, what does that mean?
Eventually, why not now?
Digger, the sorority is meeting tonight, but I'm afraid it's too late to do anything for Bed.
But at least you can have some satisfaction. Go to this meeting. Tell those little pipsqueaks off.
You're right, Digger. It's at Bidwell's house. I'll tell him off, too. Nobody's going to throw dirt in my face.
If anybody tries that, you come to me. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Helene, I want to talk to you.
Can it wait, Father? My sorority's meeting in the library.
They can wait, Helene. I just got this note from a Mr. Riley. I made a stupid mistake this afternoon. Almost cost me $100. But never mind that. Is it true you're blackballing his daughter because her father is just a riveter?
No. Well, that's what I told him.
So it is true. Just who do you think you are? Do you know what your grandfather was? On your mother's side, I mean. Why, he was nothing but a phony old...
Daddy, not so loud, they'll hear you.
And what about me? 20 years ago, I was a garbage collector in Pasadena. That's how I met your mother.
Daddy, it's just an excuse. I'm sorry I did it. It was mean.
Well, I'm glad you realize that, Helene. I'm very glad. Now, it's never too late to do the right thing.
All right, Father. I'll vote for Babs.
Good girl.
Girls, I've changed my mind. I want Babs to join.
Oh, that's good, Helene. I'm so glad.
Edwards! Edwards, the door! Edwards!
Sorry, sir, my gout, you know.
Confound that butler. I'll have to get him a butler. Oh, Mr. Riley.
Where's the meeting?
Mr. Riley, I made a terrible mistake. How can I ever pay you back?
Again with the bribes. Where are those girls?
In the library.
Don't kid me. They didn't go to no library. They're in this house. I can hear them. In there.
Mr. Riley.
I got something to say to them. So, here you are, you little hoity-toities.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Riley.
Now, you listen to me, you kids. You ought to be ashamed treating my babes the way you are.
But, Mr. Riley...
Let me finish. I ain't an active member of this sorority. But I got something to say. You ought to remember you're born in America. And America's a democracy where everybody's equal. And you know what that means. Every person is as good as the next one, if not better.
Mr. Riley, if you let me...
If you'd pay attention in school, you'd know this democracy wasn't handed to us on no platter. We had to fight for it. In 1776, we fought in the Revolution. And the blood of those Minutemen still stains the ground at Gettysburg. You heard of Gettysburg, didn't you? Where John Paul Jones said, remember the Alamo? I didn't make that up. That's history.
Mr. Riley, if you'll just
You
listen...
think your sorority is so important. Well, it ain't. I wouldn't care if all you snooty little bobby soxers, and that includes you, Bidwell, if you all got down on your hands and knees and begged Babs to join, I wouldn't let her.
But, Mr. Riley, we want Babs to join. We just voted her in.
On behalf of my daughter and myself, I want to say we're proud to be members of this sorority.
We'll be back in just a moment. Letters from everywhere praise new Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Miss Norma J. Cosgrove of Lynn, Massachusetts writes,
In using Prell, I find it leaves hair so soft and smooth and with such a lustrous shine. And that rich soapy lather really does go after unsightly dandruff.
Friends, one trial and you'll agree. Prell's remarkable for two reasons. One, Prell removes unsightly dandruff quickly. Two, Prell leaves hair shining with radiance. You'll sing about
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Daddy, I just can't believe I'm in the sorority. How'd you do it?
Oh, it was a cinch. I just gave those girls a little lecture on democracy.
Oh, that stuff.
Yeah, Now, Junior, I don't like to hear you talk that way. Democracy ain't stuff.
O'Reilly!
Yeah, in a minute, Peg. You see, son, democracy means everybody's got equal rights. Now, you take this house. You're my equal, and I'm your equal. Babs and me is equal. Babs is your equal, and you're her equal. Your mother is my equal, and I'm her.
Riley, if you don't come out here and help me hang the laundry, I'm coming in there and drag you out.
Like I was saying, Junior, nearly everybody is equal. I'm coming, Dumpling!
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Schiff, with music by Lou Kozloff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker.
Oh, she was the prima donna, with always a man in tow. She washed all finery on her with wonderful ivory snow.
Ah, wonderful ivory snow. A regular beauty bath for blouses, lingerie, and sheer nylons. And your hands will tell you why Ivory Snow keeps lovely washables lovely longer. Prove it. This week, wash dishes with Ivory Snow. When you see how it pampers your hands, you'll know it's extra kind to fine fabrics. There's no other soap like it. Ivory Snow is the only soap, both ivory mild and in granulated form. Make suds instantly and lukewarm, even in cool water. Your hands will tell you why. Ivory Snow is so kind to your hands, you just know it's kind to sheer nylons and lovely lingerie and blouses.
Oh, wonderful Ivory Snow.
S-N-O-W.
This is Ken Niles reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L. Prell Shampoo. Listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Well, sir, it's early evening as our scene opens now, and here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mrs. Victor Gook and her son, Mr. Rush Gook. The latter has just arrived home with a bit of intelligence his mother finds upsetting. Listen.
Where did you see Uncle Fletcher?
Up at the corner of Kelsey Street. He was on his way to the Bright Kentucky Hotel to visit Mr. Gumpox.
He didn't have the railroad tracks with him.
Naturally not. Nobody could lug a ton of steel around.
Well, who all's going to get railroad tracks?
Us, Mr. and Miss Donahue, Mr. and Miss Stembottom, and his landlady, Miss Keller.
Goodness gracious.
I'm giving away a secret telling you this, Mom, but I thought I'd better.
Yeah, maybe we can put a stop to it.
Where's Gov?
Out on the front steps. Vic!
I Donahue Joe.
Come in here once.
Is there a beautiful woman heavily veiled and greatly agitated on the telephone?
Come in here once. Where are the railroad tracks now?
C&A shops. Uncle Fletcher's pal down there cut up the different sections just this afternoon.
How much does each section weigh, did you say?
440 pounds.
My star.
Uncle Fletcher considers them very dainty, cute little presents. A 4-foot length of railroad track rush, he says, makes about as good a doorstop as a fella'd want. 440 pounds of solid steel can be depended upon to hold the door open or hold the door shut.
Well, I should think so.
Greetings, Dr. Sleech. Who's your funny-looking chum?
Hi, Gov.
I don't believe I care to bandy familiarities back and forth until we've been properly introduced. I come from a quiet, cloistered home, and my parents asked you to call the police.
Look, Uncle Fletcher really meant business when he said he was going to give us a monstrous chunk of railroad track to put on our front porch as a door holder.
Huh?
Tell him, Willie.
Well, I bumped into Uncle Fletcher up at the corner of Kelsey Street about 5 minutes ago. He was on his way to the Bright Kentucky Hotel to pay a visit on Mr. Gumpox. By the way, Mom, he's going to use Mr. Gumpox's garbage wagon to haul his railroad tracks in.
Well,
personally, I don't think that old rickety garbage wagon can hold 4 sections of railroad track. See, each section weighs 440 pounds. 4 sections would weigh 4 times that, or darn near a ton. 2,000 pounds in a ton, ain't there, Gov?
Yeah.
What's 4 times 440?
1,760. 240 pounds short of a ton.
Carry 1,760 pounds without collapsing. Furthermore, I don't think Howard can pull 1,760 pounds. I don't think any horse can. And Howard's a delicate horse.
well, tell your father what Uncle Fletcher said.
You're a good boy, right?
Besides us, he's going to give door stoppers to Fred and Ruthie, Mr. and Miss Donahue, and his landlady.
Thought he'd give his landlady one for her birthday.
He intended to, but his pal down at the C&A shops couldn't get it ready in time. I guess it's quite a trick cutting railroad tracks into 4-foot lengths. Well, has to use an acetylene torch or something.
Holy smoke, what a door holder.
A door holder weighing 440 pounds can be depended upon to keep a door open or keep a door shut.
I'll say.
Well, we don't want any such contraption on our front porch. Fred and Ruthie and Mr. and Miss Donahue don't want any such a contraption on their front porches either. It'll make embarrassment all round if my uncle forces such junk on them.
We have to be careful of Uncle Fletcher's feelings, of course.
Well, yeah, that too.
He's all hopped up about it. You'd think he was handkerchiefs or something.
Well, tell God what he said.
You're a good boy, right?
You pulled that comical remark once. You've all had a dandy big laugh. Now let's discuss this business serious. When's he going to deliver his chunks of railroad tracks?
He never said. I guess that's what he's going to talk over with Mr. Gumpox tonight at the Bright Kentucky Hotel.
Waiting, ain't they?
Uh-huh. All Uncle Fletcher's got to do is go down to C&A shops and pick 'em up.
I'd like to see him pick 'em up.
So would I.
Well, how many fellas would it require to pick up 4?
How many?
4.
4 namby-pambies, maybe. It'd only be 110 pounds apiece.
Yeah, guess you're right. I can lift 110 pounds.
3 fairly husky guys could do it easy.
Yeah.
So me and Ruthie and Miss Donahue and Miss Keller are going to have door stoppers on our front porch. We have to move around when we sweep and scrub that requires 3 husky men to lift up off on the ground, huh? Oh, Uncle Fletcher.
I wouldn't want to have this exquisite, fragile little gift fall off the People's Bank building and clunk me on the head. I'm afraid to scratch my flesh and draw blood. Now you
hey, man, I forgot an angle.
Huh?
Uncle Fletcher's going to get his landlady to cover the railroad tracks.
Cover them?
With velvet.
Oh.
You know, like some people use a brick for a door holder and cover it with cloth?
Uh-huh. Miss Elders has got one. Hers is covered with gunny sacking, though. Burlap.
No cheap gunny sacking for Uncle Fletcher's door stoppers. He's putting out velvet.
Velvet-covered railroad tracks. It's an effete civilization. Pretty soon the human race will get so soft it'll put melted marshmallows on its weenie wurst.
Embroidered lettering, too, man.
Embroidered lettering?
Bright sayings and junk. Like ladies sometimes have on sofa pillows. Welcome to Galena, Illinois. Conductor, get off my foot. Stop making them goo-goo eyes. Every cloud has a silver lining. Ouch, your doggone dog bit me on the leg again. You know.
What's Uncle Fletcher going to have embroidered on his door stoppers?
Let's see. He mentioned a couple bright sayings.
Your cousin is a half-wit. Your brother is a slob. I think I'll quit the section gang and get another job.
No.
The night is dark and stormy. The rain is coming down. I'll button up my...
Oh, here's one he mentioned. I'm only a piece of heavy steel, the product of the forge. I'll hold your door, either open or shut. Step up and call me George.
Oh, my.
He made that up out of his own head.
Must have been a great strain.
Uncle Fletcher's okay, Gov.
Yeah, I know he is.
Uncle Fletcher's a good boy.
I sweep my front porch every day and scrub it every week. Person has to clear stuff out of the road before they scrub and sweep. Why, I won't even be able to budge 440 pounds. And a hunk of metal 4 feet long. It'll take up half the porch. Everybody will stumble over it.
Yeah.
440 pounds.
You realize approximately how much that is, Ma?
No.
Well, Miss Harris's roomer, Mr. Breed, weighs in the close neighborhood of 200. Steve Chestbutter also weighs around 200. Little Charlie Husher up the street weighs 40. There's your 440.
Wrap up Chestbutter, Charlie, and Breep in a piece of velvet Sade and pick 'em up. It'll give you an idea of what to expect when you start wrestling your doorstopper around.
Oh.
I don't think anything will come of this.
How you mean?
Uncle Fletcher will never be able in the world to bring a ton of steel away from the C&A shops.
He'll have Mr. Gumpox to help him.
It's my honest opinion Mr. Gumpox would be embarrassed if he was called upon to lift 30 pounds.
Yeah, he's certainly no strong man.
No, I'll just lay you a little bet at 25 cents. Those 4 chunks of railroad tracks stay at the C&A shops.
Huh.
And another thing. Just wait till Uncle Fletcher consults his landlady.
Yeah.
He always does consult her about stuff, don't he?
Yeah.
Well, there you are. She'll knock his little idea out of his head quicker than you can holler watch for him. Don't you think so?
Yeah.
Sure. She's a smart woman. She won't let him distribute 4-foot lengths of railroad track among friends of yours. I'd forget the whole affair.
Huh.
You hate to see Uncle Fletcher get disappointed, though. He was just carried away tonight with...
boyish enthusiasm.
Exactly. Boyish enthusiasm. Rosie says a doorstopper you can really depend on.
Telephone ringing. Telephone ringing.
Bluetooth Johnson, likely.
Answer and see.
Might possibly be Vernon Peggles.
There's a remote chance it's Smelly Clark.
True. As far as that goes, I wouldn't swoon with astonishment if it turned out to be Rooster Davis. Hello? Oh, hello, Miss Denbottom.
500.
Fine, thanks.
Want to play?
Sure.
She's right here handy.
All right.
Sounds like she's got just the faintest trace of a cold.
Yes, lady. Oh, finished my dishes hours ago. No, just sitting here with her teeth in her mouth. Uh-huh. Why, we'd think elegant. Sure. All right. All right, fine. You bet. All All righty, Ruthie. We'll be looking for you. You bet. Goodbye. Leaving right now. Means a trip to the drugstore for you, Dr. Sleech.
Oh. A velvet-covered chunk of railroad track 4 feet long.
A door stopper weighing 440 pounds can be depended upon to hold a door open or hold a door shut.
Yes.
I'm only a piece of heavy steel, a product of the forge.
I'll hold your door either open or shut.
Step up and call me George.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
That ring is, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog is Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, all attempts to find Abner's missing wife and daughter have met with failure. And the old fellows are a little puzzled as to what steps to take next. Abner is in a pretty upset condition, is ready to go rushing off in search of Elizabeth on the slightest clue. And Lum has his hands full trying to restrain his worried and weary partner. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store. And Cedric is just entering. Listen.
Wonderful world.
Well, morning, Cedric.
Good morning, Mr. Abner.
What you got in the box there?
Oh, I forgot what you call them. Mr. Lum told me to go around collecting them. Heard anything from Miss Elizabeth and Little Pearl yet?
Oh, no, Cedric. Ain't heard a word. Not a single word.
Oh.
Let's see what you got there.
Yeah. Here, you take them and give them to Mr. Lum when he comes in.
Yeah, sure. Oh, these are binoculars, Cedric.
Yes, Mom, I believe that's what they are.
Now, I reckon what Lum wants these for?
I don't know. He just told me to get them. That's all I know. Them three there's all I can collect so far, though. That's all I could find.
Yeah, that's curious. Now, what would Lum want with binoculars?
Maybe he lost something, wants to look through these and see if he can find it.
Well, I don't believe he'd go to all the trouble. Wait a minute. Reckon he could have been thinking about hunting for Elizabeth?
For Elizabeth?
I bound you, that's what it is, Cedric. He must have heard that Elizabeth and Pearl was all heading up in the mountains or someplace, and he's getting up a searching party to go look for them.
Is he sure now?
Why, sure, bless his heart.
Well, I sure wish I could go along.
Well, you can, Cedric. Facts is, Lum's figuring on you going, I reckon. You got 3 pair of these binoculars here, ain't you?
Yes, Mom.
Well, there's one for Lum, one for me, and one for you.
Oh, boy, one for me, too.
Dog is here, Cedric. We better start getting ready, then. We'll have to get a batch of victuals together, and, well, I know something else we ought to have, too. We ought to have some horses.
Horses?
Well, yeah, we can cover a heap more ground and do more searching on horseback. I reckon where we could get some horses right quick.
Well, Papa's got some horses over at the blacksmith shop. He's shoeing them for Mr. Lunsford.
Yes, Oh, well, why don't you call your papa up and Cedric and see if we can borrow 3 of them. I know Mr. Lunsford wouldn't care, special for something like this.
No, Mom, he wouldn't care.
No.
Papa can get them over here in about a half a minute, too, I bet you.
Yeah, let's see now. I better start getting the victuals sacked up. Gunny sack full ought to be enough, oughtn't it?
Yes, Mom, I believe it. Hello? Hello, is that you, Papa? Well, this here's me. Yes, Mom, Cedric. Say, Papa, could you bring 3 of Mr. Lunsford's horses over here to the Jot 'em Down store? It's for a searching party. Yes, Mom. Going up in the mountains and hunt for Miss Elizabeth. Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Oh, all right, Papa. Goodbye.
Is he going to do it, Cedric?
Yes, Mom. He's going to get some other fellows, too, and they're all going to join the searching party.
Well, good for them.
He said they'd be right over in just a couple of minutes, as soon as they could get here.
I know we'll find Elizabeth and Little Pearl. Hurry up now, Cedric. Help me get these victuals packed. I reckon we ought to have another sack full, too, if them other fellas is going along.
Yes, Mom. What do you want me to fill the sack with?
Oh, just anything you see there on the shelf that's good to eat. Crackers and canned goods and pickles and cookies. Put in some of them fancy cookies for Little Pearl. She just loves them. Wait a minute. I believe that's our ring.
Yes, Mom. I love them, too.
Hello? Jot 'em Down store's closed today, I think. Huh? Oh, hello, Miss Blevins. Yes, Mom, we're closed because we're going on a searching party to find Elizabeth. Yes, Mom, up in the mountains. Why, yes, we'd be proud to have him come along. Well, have him meet the others out in front of the store right away, then. All right, Miss Blevins. Goodbye. Don't did you hear that, Cedric? Mr. Blevins is coming along. He's going to get some other fellers, too.
Well, I reckon we ought to have another sack of victuals then, oughtn't we?
Yeah, better fill up another, Cedric. I believe I better hang up that store closed sign, too. Let's see, now, where is that thing?
Why don't you keep it in the same place all the time? That's what Mama tells me to do with everything.
Well, I do, Cedric. I always keep it in the same place. I just never can recollect where that place is. Wait a minute, here it is. I got it.
Yeah, morning, Abner.
Morning, Lum. I was just fixing to put up the store closed sign.
Store closed sign?
Yeah, we'll have to close up till we get back from the searching party.
Searching party?
Oh, me, I hope we find Elizabeth and little Pearl awful quick, Lum. I hate to think of them up there in them mountains all by themselves.
Here's another sack of victuals all packed, Mr. Edna.
Yeah, well, good, Cedric. Now go out in front and keep an eye open for your pop on them other fellers.
Yes, Mom.
Tell them we'll be ready in just a few minutes.
Wait a minute, Edna. What other fellers are you talking about?
Caleb Weehunt and Mr. Blevins, might not half the fellers in town. They're all joining with the searching party. You don't care, do you?
Of course not. Granny, if we're going up in the hills to look for Elizabeth, the more fellers we can get, the better.
Why, sure.
How soon are we going to start?
Why, just as soon as we can. The fellers will be getting here any minute now. We got the victuals all packed in them gunny sacks there.
Oh, yeah, that's good. But wait a minute, I believe we ought to take along more food than that, Abner.
We had, huh?
Yeah, no telling how long we might be up there searching.
No.
Might take a couple of days, we don't know.
Yeah, that's right, ain't it? Yeah.
And we'll need some food for Elizabeth and little Pearl, too.
Oh, yeah.
They'll be mighty nigh starved to death by the time we find them.
Bless their heart.
More than likely all they've ate for the last few days is them wild berries and roots and one thing and another.
Oh, my goodness. Poor Elizabeth. Poor little Pearl.
Well, now, don't start feeling sorrowful, Abner. This is the time for action. You pack up about 3 times that much victuals, and I'll see if I can find us a tent.
A tent?
Yeah, we'll pitch a tent up there at Clearwater Creek. That'll be a good place to camp.
You reckon Elizabeth's around there summer?
No, but that's a good place to camp. We can use that for our base, and the fishing's good along in there, too, in case our food don't hold out.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, Grandpappy Spears has got a good tent, and I know he'll let us have it long.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we get that from him. That's a good idea.
Here, Mr. Edna, they're here.
Well, good for them. Here, Cedric, you start toting these sacks out there and tell them to load them on the horses some way.
Wait a minute, I believe I got a better idea.
Huh?
We'll never be able to tote all this food on horseback, Abner.
We won't, huh?
We'll have to get a truck for it. Cedric, go out and tell them fellas to go on ahead, and we'll catch up with them later in the truck. Yes, Mom?
Tell them to head for Clearwater Creek, Cedric, and tell them to hurry.
Clearwater Creek?
Yeah.
That's where we're going?
Yeah, that's the place right there.
All right, I'll tell them.
Whose truck can we get, Mom? How about the Macmillan boys?
Yeah, that's big enough to haul the tent and all the other stuff we'll need.
Yeah, we don't want to forget them binoculars, neither.
Binoculars?
Yeah, Cedric brought in 3 of them here a while ago, like you told him to do. They're sitting there in that box on the counter.
Well, we can't take them, Abner. Them are for the Navy.
The Navy?
Yeah.
Doggies, is the Navy joining our searching party, too?
No, of course they ain't.
Huh?
The Navy's got a little searching party of its own to take care of. They've got to find enemy airplanes and submarines and such as that.
Submarines? For the land's sakes, has somebody sold Elizabeth in a submarine?
Well, no, of course not.
Well, I was going to say, I don't see how a submarine ever get up there in them mountains. Them creeks is too shallow for anything as big as a submarine, Lum. I can tell them that right now.
The submarines thereafter are out in the ocean, Abner.
The ocean? Well, now, how in the world did Elizabeth get clean out there?
Abner, this ain't got nothing to do with Elizabeth.
Huh?
The Navy needs these binoculars to spot submarines before they can get a chance to sink our merchant ships and all such as that. Both the Navy fellers on ships and on shore patrol needs them.
Well, why do they need these here, Lum? Can't they buy their own binoculars?
No, they can't.
Huh?
They've already got all the binoculars there is in all the stores in the country, and they still need a heap more of them.
Well, why don't the factories just make up a big batch of them then?
They can't do that neither, because the factories is all changed over to where they're making other stuff for the government. So you see, there's just one place where the Navy can get binoculars now, and that's from the citizens of the United States. So everybody's got to pitch in and send their binoculars to the Navy. They need them bad, and they need them right away, too.
Well, I reckon we ought to send these in to them, then.
Well, fellas is on their way, heading up for the creek.
Well,
good. Well, we better get going ourselves.
Yeah.
I'll call Mr. Macmillan about borrowing his truck, and Cedric, you can go over to Grandpappy Spears and get that tent. What tent?
Well, a tent we want to borrow from him, Cedric. Just tell him you want to borrow his tent. He'll know which one you're talking about.
Yes, Mom. Wait a minute, though, Cedric. We can pick that up after we get the truck. You better help Abner finish packing the victuals. Yes, Mom. Boy, this is sort of fun, ain't it?
Mom, I still think we ought to use them binoculars ourselves.
Now, just forget that, Abner, because them are for the Navy. I don't believe you realize how important a thing it is for the government to get them binoculars.
Well, getting Elizabeth back is important, too.
Of course it is. I know just how you feel, Abner, but anything that'll help win the war is more important right now than Elizabeth or you or me or any one human.
Yeah.
Now, come on now. We got to hurry up and get started.
Wait a minute now. Which way are we going now? We going up in the mountains or to the ocean?
To the ocean? Oh, for goodness sakes, Abner.
Well, where was it that you heard Elizabeth was at?
I never heard she was at no place.
You never? Well, why did you get up there searching for it then?
Me? I never got it up. You was the one that done that.
Why, no, Lum. The first I heard about it was when Cedric come in here a while ago with them binoculars, and... Let's see now. Uh-oh. You know what I done?
Don't try to tell me. I know exactly what you done.
Huh?
Cedric, go get in your car and try to head them fellers off. Tell them the whole thing was a mistake.
Andy, did you hear that? Come on, will you?
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's the Rinso White whistle.
And Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White. And Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show with their guests for tonight, the Paul Taylor Chorus. Well, it's practically Christmas, and all through the house, the youngsters are helping with everything, even the dishes. But unfortunately for Mom, that state of affairs won't last very long. She'll soon be facing a sink piled high with Christmas dinner dishes and not a helping hand in sight. Of course, Mom knows she can depend on Rinso to make quick work of the biggest pile of dishes. Why, ladies, you just fill your dishpan full of those soapy-rich Rinso suds and watch the heavy grease and sticky food particles scoop. In next to no time, every dish is bright and shining. And ladies, Rinso's easy on your hands, too. So don't take chances. Use Rinso. And now, here are Amos and Andy and their guests, the Paul Taylor Chorus. It's the Saturday before Christmas. The morning crowds are milling about Lenox Avenue in Harlem doing their last-minute shopping. Andy is out with Amos's little girl, Arbadella, on their annual Christmas tour of the department store windows. Right now, they're looking at a little doll in one of the windows.
Yeah, that sure is a pretty doll, Arbadella.
Yes, that's the one I wrote and asked Santa Claus to bring me. Daddy said I wrote the letter too late. You see, I only wrote it 2 days ago.
Yeah, well, that ain't giving Santa Claus much time. You got to write him before that.
Isn't she pretty, though, Uncle Andy?
Yeah.
Daddy said Santa Claus would bring it to me next Christmas.
Oh, sure. You see, that'll give him more time.
We're having a good time today, ain't we, Uncle Andy? I like being out with you.
Yeah, and I like being out with you, too, Arbadella. But I guess we better be getting on home now.
Do you think Mommy and Daddy will be home yet?
Oh, yeah. They say they'd be home at 12.
Uncle Andy, let me just look at the doll once more.
Oh, sure, honey.
She's beautiful. She's a talking doll, too.
Yeah, there's the best ones, all right.
That sure is a pretty dress you've got on. But when Santa Claus brings her to me next year, I'm going to make her a lot more pretty dresses. Pink ones. I can hardly wait till next Christmas.
Miss Andy, you sure got a lot of Christmas presents there.
Yeah, Lightning. I wants to get them all wrapped up now, too, so I ain't got to do it this afternoon or tonight.
Yeah, well, what is that one you got there, perfume?
Yeah, for one of my girlfriends. You know, Sadie Blake.
Yeah, but she like that sweet-smelling stuff already, don't she?
Yeah. Well, she oughta. This is genuine imported French perfume. Oh, look at this. They done left the price on there. 25 cents. Hey, you got a pencil, Lightning?
Yeah, sir, but I ain't got no rubber on the end of it.
Well, I don't care about no rubber. I just wants to put 2 in front of that and make it 2 1/4. You see, Lightning, if Sadie don't like the perfume, she'll be crazy about the price.
Yeah, well, what you got in this package here, Miss Andy?
Oh, them are some handkerchiefs that I'm going to give to that other gal friend of mine, Evelyn Bennett.
But wait a minute, Miss Andy. These has got a C broidered up in the corner.
Yeah, well, last year I was going to give them to that gal Carmen that I was going with, but we done busted up 2 days before Christmas.
Well, with the letter C on there, I don't see how you can give them to Evelyn Bennett.
Yeah, well, I thought of that. So for the last 3 weeks, I've been calling her Cookie.
Look here come the Kingfish and Henry Van Porter.
Yeah, come in, fellas, come in.
Well, hello there, Lightning. Hello, Andy. Merry Christmas, fellas. Noel, and all that stuff.
That's a charming Yuletide. A charming Yuletide to you, gentlemen. A charming Yuletide.
Yeah, charming Yuletide to you, too, Henry.
Yeah, well, I see you wrapping all your Christmas presents here, Andy. Anytime that you want me to turn my back and not look, just say the word.
Well, listen, I ain't bought you a present, Kingfish.
Oh, you ain't got around to that yet, huh? Well, don't worry about it, Brother Andy. You got time. You know, my wife and me were talking about the same thing just this morning. She said to me, George, do you think that any of your friends is going to give you that bathrobe they got in the corner window at the Globe Department store? I said, honey, you mean the blue one with the red sash around it, the crazy book? She said, yeah, you know, it's marked $3.95. I said, yeah, honey, that's the one size 40. Funny thing, I mean, my wife talk back and forth like that, ain't it? You know,
Yes, well, you could use a new bathrobe, Kingfish. That one you had on yesterday certainly was a mess.
Yeah, and by the way, Andy, I just thought of something. How big is that door at your boarding house?
Door? Why?
Well, I'm coming up to see you tomorrow morning with a pretty big package for you. If I can't get it in there, though, I can always take the door off the hinges, can't we?
Yeah. Say, this is kind of embarrassing, because I is broke and can't afford to buy nothing for you.
Nothing at all?
That's right. Say, what time you expect to be up there with that big package?
Well, second thought, it might not be as early as I expected, you know.
Well, I'll be there all morning.
Well, don't wait for me, though, Andy. See, I got a lot of packages to deliver. Might not get around to you till February or March. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, well, I knowed it was something like that.
Miss Andy, I've been trying to wrap some of these packages here for you. This is a hard one, all right.
Well, what in the world is that?
Oh, that's a little toy automobile I done bought for Amos Jr. You wind it up and it scoots around the floor, backs up, and does everything. I'll show you.
Yeah, let's see that.
Now, watch this.
Go ahead.
Look at it go.
Say, that is the cutest thing I'd have ever seen.
Yeah, see the way that thing went around there? Look at that.
Well, look at this, will you? It's even got a license number on it.
Yeah, let me have it, Henry. I want to see if I can shoot it around the floor again.
Well, I can wind it myself, Kingfish.
Well, let me do it, Henry. I asked for it.
Yes, but I picked it up first.
Well, now, don't break it, fellas.
Well, Andy, can't I be the one to work it?
Kingfish, I'm going to work it. Now, let's not be childish about this.
All right. But I'm next on the thing.
Well, I'm going to put it back in the box now before it gets broke. And I got a lot of things to do around here, too. You children better run along home now.
Say, by the way, Andy, you coming over to the gathering at the lodge hall this afternoon, ain't you?
Oh, yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah, you know, all the boys are getting together. Christmas spirit, refreshments, slapping everybody on the back and all that stuff, you know.
Yes, the whole gang is going to be there. I'll see you there, Andy.
Okay. So long, fellas.
Yeah, well, so long. Merry Christmas.
Goodbye, boys. Goodbye.
Well, I was wrapping this package of colored crayons that you bought for $1, Miss Andy.
Yeah, go ahead, wrap that.
Yeah, so must I rub out the 10 cents, or must I just put a $1 in front of it?
Oh, rub it out. This ain't much of a gift to give a kid, is it?
And those, well, it ain't bad, Miss Andy.
Yeah, but she might not even like crayons.
Well, she might and she might not. After all, you don't know what Miss Amos's daughter likes.
Well, the funny part of it is, Lightning, I do know what she likes.
Well, even if you do, that don't make no difference, because you was broke. You ain't got enough money to buy nothing more.
Yeah, that's what's troubling me. I is broke. Say, Lightning, what time is it?
Nearly 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Say, I'm going to leave. I'll see you later. Did you want to see me? Yes, I guess so. Is you the gentleman that do the hiring here for the store? That's right. My name is Simmons. Yeah, well, I was wondering if you need any extra sales help for the last-minute rush this afternoon. I would work hard.
Well, we did need extra help up until yesterday, but I think we can get through the rest of the day with the salespeople we have.
Oh. Well, thank you just the same, mister.
Wait, just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you can do it.
What's that?
Well, one of our Santa Claus's helpers was called home. You see, his wife was taken ill suddenly, and we could use somebody to take his place. You think you could do it?
Be Santa Claus's helper?
That's right.
Yeah, well, I ain't never done that before. For sure, I can do it.
Fine. Now, if you come down to the 4th floor, I'll give you your Santa Claus suit and tell you just what you're supposed to do.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Brown, that Santa Claus suit seems to fit you as well as the man who worked here before.
Yeah. Help me button the thing up, will you, Mr. Simmons? A little snug right here.
Yes, I see. Well, you got that pillar in there just right.
That ain't no pillar, that's me.
Well, I think you better hurry and finish putting on your costume, Mr. Brown. I want you to get out in the toy department with the children.
Yeah, well, I guess the next thing to do is to get these boots on here. I'll sit down here and try to get in them. I'll pull them on here. Uh-oh. Mrs. Simmons, you got any of that sliding powder by any chance?
Why? What's the matter?
The dogs is too big for the house. Wait a minute. I got one in. Now, here goes the other one. There he is. Feet, you was wrapped up plenty tight today.
Well, that's fine. Now just put on these whiskers and this hat, and you're all set.
Yes, okay. Now, what must I do, Mr. Simmons, when I gets out there?
Well, Santa Claus's chair is right over at the far end of the toy department. Now, I want you to listen to the little children while they tell you what they would like for Christmas. And then assure them that Santa Claus will get their message.
Yes, sir.
And the idea is that Santa Claus would have a pretty tough time of it handling everything himself if he didn't have you helpers. I think you understand what I mean.
Oh, yes, sir, yes. I understand all right.
And if you run into any difficulties of any sort, just call the floor walker.
All right, Sonny, you was next. Come right up here now and sit on Santa Claus's lap. That's the boy. Now, tell Santa Claus, what do you want for Christmas?
I want a G-Man badge and a gun.
A G-Man badge and a gun. Yeah, well, what's your name, Sonny?
Oliver Griffith.
Oliver Griffith? Well, is you done been a good boy all year, Oliver?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I could have seen that without even asking. You was a nice little fella. I bet you drinks up all your milk at every meal, don't you?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
Well, you drink part of it, though, don't you?
I don't drink none of it.
None of it, huh?
No.
Old floor walker, can you come over here?
If Santa Claus bring me the G-Man badge and the gun, I'll drink my milk.
Oh, yeah, well, never mind, floor walker. Oh, that's a good little boy, Oliver. Now, you just hang up your stocking and everything gonna be all right.
Oh, thank you, Santa Claus. Come on, Oliver.
Am I next?
Yeah, you is next. My, what a nice little girl. Sit right here on my knee. Now, tell me, what is your name?
Henrietta Lewis.
That's a pretty name, too. And that's a pretty little dress you got on there.
The mama made it for me. See the ribbon?
Yeah, that's good, all right. Henrietta, you was one of the sweetest little girls I done ever see you. Now, tell me, what do you want for Christmas?
A football.
A football?
Yes, and a 2 chest and a drum.
2 chests. Well, what do a little girl like you want with them things?
Oh, I don't want them for myself.
Oh, well, who does you want them for?
My little brother.
Your brother?
Yes, you see, he's sick in bed, and he couldn't come down here, and I don't want you to forget him.
Oh, well, that sure is sweet of you, Henrietta. And I can tell you right now that Santa Claus is going to take care of him.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Santa Claus.
Merry Christmas, honey.
Hey, quit shoving. I'm next.
Yeah, no fighting there now, boys. No fighting. Take it easy.
I tried to push in ahead of me. I'm next, ain't I, Santa Claus?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Sonny. What's your name?
Percy Carter.
Percy, huh? What do you want for Christmas?
I want a machine gun. Do I get it?
I'll see what I can do about it and all that stuff.
I want a wallet, too, with a picture of Humphrey Bogart in it.
Yeah, well, I'll work on that, too. Who's next?
Wait a minute, Santa Claus. I ain't through yet. I want to ask you something.
Yeah, well, what is it, Percy?
Last year, I asked you for a pair of skates, and I didn't get them. What goes?
Well, you got a lot of other stuff, though, didn't you?
Yeah. I got a necktie, some socks, and a couple of handkerchiefs. But who wants that stuff?
Well, better luck this year. All right, who's next?
Wait a minute. I got more stuff to ask you.
Oh.
In that workshop up north where Santa Claus makes all his toys?
Yeah.
What kind of country is that?
Country? Well, it's just it's nothing but ice and snow and ice, all stuff like that.
No trees or nothing?
No, just ice and snow.
Then where does Santa Claus get the apples and oranges he puts in the stockings every Christmas?
Floor Walker.
Forget it.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, son. Who's next?
I am, Santa Claus.
Step right up, Sonny. Step right up.
Yes, sir.
And what's your name?
Jimmy Watson.
And what is
a baseball glove, a punching bag, a watercolor set, a ring toss, a fountain pen, a Mickey Mouse wristwatch, a cowboy suit, a telegraph set, a bicycle bell, a flashlight, and a baby sister.
Is that all you want?
That's all I can think of right now.
Well, you look a little worn out, Mr. Brown. Oh, yes, sir. I is a little tired. I never talked to so many kids in all my life. But you know something? They is really cute, though, you know it.
Well, you did very well. All the children seemed very happy, and the parents were just standing there beaming.
Yes, I see that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we certainly appreciated having you here this afternoon.
Yes, sir. Well, tell you the truth, I enjoyed it, too. And, of course, you know I done it for a special reason.
Yes, and here it is, Mr. Brown. I had the stock boy take it out of the window. The talking doll.
Andy has been well rewarded in his effort to get a Christmas present for Amos's little girl. We'll hear more about it in just a moment. You know, Christmas wouldn't be Christmas without holly wreaths and Christmas trees and little dinner table scenes like this one.
Oh, boy! Turkey! Oh, I want the drumstick. Oh, Tommy, you're going to upset the gravy bowl. Oh, Tommy. You've got gravy all over your shirt.
Well, Tommy's shirt will be a real contribution to the family wash this time, to say nothing of the tablecloth. But does that bother his mother?
Well, Tommy's shirt is certainly not very pretty. But with Rinso in the wash tub, it will come out like magic.
Yes, you see, ladies, Rinso soaks clothes clean in as little as 10 minutes. Just a few quick finger rubs wherever the dirt's a little stubborn, and rinse. All your washable colors come spotlessly, Rinso bright, safely, even after dozens of washings. And, of course, Rinso gets your whitewash Rinso white, because those peppy, rich suds get out more dirt. So make every wash day a Rinso wash day, and you'll whistle while you work. And now, back to the Amos and Andy Show and their guests, the Paul Taylor Chorus. Well, it's Christmas Eve. Andy has just arrived at Amos's with an arm full of packages.
Well,
Well, come in, son. Come in. You look like Santa Claus there with all that stuff.
Yeah, how is you, boy? How is you? Say, that tree looks good.
Yeah, pretty, ain't it, Edna?
Sure is. Wait a minute. Let me lay these packages down here on the sofa.
Yeah, tell me this. You making the rounds now, huh?
Oh, yeah, making the rounds, spreading good cheer and all that stuff, yeah. Boy, that is a pretty tree. You got a lot of lights on there, too.
Yeah, we've been saving them for 2-3 years. You know, they're pretty hard to get now.
Oh, sure.
We just decorated that tonight. Reuben and Mama is going out to take a few things to some poor people they heard about here in town. They'll be gone for about an hour.
Oh, yeah, I see.
I say, Andy, why wasn't you over with all the fellas at the lodge hall yesterday?
Who, me? I must have clean forgot about that. Well, Amos, I'll leave these packages right here.
All of them?
Oh, sure. Here's one for Ruby. Here's one for Mama. Here's one for you. And there's a little toy automobile for your baby.
Oh, gee, Andy.
And here's a package for Arbadella. And listen, Amos.
What's that?
Be sure and tell her that this one is from Santa Claus.
Oh, gee, that's a nice-looking package there for her, all right.
Oh, just a little something I picked up. Nothing.
Oh, gee, you certainly is a Santa Claus this year, and I ain't never seen a Santa Claus like this.
Yeah, well, don't forget. I seen a lot of stuff over at my place from your house.
Yeah, well, like I told you, Andy, it ain't much, but we wanted you to know that we love you and we're thinking about you.
Oh, well, Amos, I feel better this year than I ever felt. By the way, when are you going to open up your packages?
Oh, the kids get up early, and we all get up and start early Christmas morning. And now, don't forget, too, you promised us this morning that you'd be here for Christmas dinner.
Oh, yeah, I sure will. That's nice of you, too, because the other two I was figuring on going to didn't work out so good.
Oh, it didn't, huh?
No.
Yeah, well, we want you here, Andy, so you count on it.
Yeah, well, that's swell. Well, I got to get going, son. I got to run around, drop in on 2-3 people, say hello to them.
Yeah, well, okay, son, and I'll see you tomorrow. And thanks a lot for the present. The show was nice of you, Andy.
Oh, nothing at all. And say Merry Christmas to Ruby and her mama for me and the kids.
Yes, I will, Andy. I'm going on back with Arbadella now.
Yeah, well, so long, Amos.
So long, Andy, so long. Bring forth the royal diadem and crown him Lord. Well, honey, you was all in bed, ain't you?
Daddy, can I turn on the little radio for a minute before I go to sleep?
Yeah, well, just for a minute or two, I'll snap it on for you. There you is. Now we let it warm up a few seconds. We don't want to wake up baby.
Oh, music never wakes him up, Daddy.
Yeah, well, now, let me straighten your covers out a little, honey. Tell me this, you said your prayers?
Mommy heard my prayers before she went out, Daddy.
Yeah, well, that's
The
good.
Paul Taylor Chorus continues with the Lord's Prayer.
Well, now, get under the covers.
Daddy, could you get some Christmas music on the radio?
Why, darling, this is the very best Christmas music you could get. They're going to sing the Lord's Prayer.
I just sang the Lord's Prayer with Mommy. She's been teaching it to me.
Yeah, I know she is.
What does the Lord's Prayer mean, Daddy?
Well, it means an awful lot, and with the world like it is today, it seems to have a bigger meaning than ever before.
So what does the Lord's Prayer mean, Daddy?
The Lord's Prayer? Well, darling, I'll explain it to you.
Well, will you, Daddy?
Yeah, now, you lay down there, that's right, and listen. Now, the first line of the Lord's Prayer is this. Our Father, which art in heaven. That means Father of all that is good, where no wrong can ever dwell. Then it says, hallowed be thy name. That means, darling, that we should love and respect all that is good. And then it says, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. That means, darling, as we clean our hearts of all hate and selfishness and fill our hearts with love, the good, the true, and the beautiful, then this earth where we are now will be just like heaven.
That would be wonderful, Daddy.
Then it says after that, give us this day our daily bread. Now that means, honey, to feed our hearts and minds with kindness, love, and courage, which will make us strong for our daily task. And after that, the next line of the Lord's Prayer is this, honey. And forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Do you remember the golden rule?
Yes, sir.
Well, that means that we must keep the golden rule and do unto others as we would want others to do unto us. And then it says after that, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Now that means, my darling, to ask God to help us do and see and think right, so that we will neither be led or tempted by anything in the world that could be bad. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. That means, my darling, that all the world, everything is in it, belongs to God's kingdom. Everything. Your mommy, your daddy, your little brother, your grandma, you and everybody. And as we know that and act as if we do know it, my darling, that is the real spirit of Christmas.
That's good, Daddy.
Well, now, I guess we ought to cut off the radio and let you go to sleep.
Good night, Daddy.
Good night, sweetheart.
Daddy, will you leave the radio on while I go to sleep?
All right, I'll leave it on and you can listen to some Christmas music. ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, folks.
On behalf of the makers of Rinso and everybody here, we want to sincerely wish you a very happy Christmas.
We know that to many of you it won't really seem like Christmas this year, with your loved ones so far away. But there are many things to be grateful for.
And we hope and pray that a year from now, we will all be able to celebrate a Christmas when there is really peace on earth.
Good night, folks.
Merry Christmas.
Again next Friday evening at the same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to the Paul Taylor Chorus for joining Amos and Andy in their Christmas presentation tonight. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night to all of you from all of us. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Hello? Are you there? Well, we're here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 ways better. Swan soap.
Jester Swan, the new white floating soap, 8 ways better than old style floating soaps, presents Paul Whiteman. Your Swanee announcer, Bill Goodwin. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Well-eyed Swan. Here are the stars of our show, George Burns and Tracy Allen. And now, let's go to George and Gracie's home.
You know, Mr. Burns, you're the nicest people I ever worked for.
Well, thank you, Hilda.
Oh, geez, this Mrs. Burns is torn in the kitchen. I wonder if that cake in the oven is ready yet.
Well, Hilda, I'll look at it as soon as I finish washing the dishes. Oh, Hilda, look. My cake is all ruined.
Well, no wonder. You're supposed to put the icing on the cake after you bake it.
Oh, that isn't icing. All the candles melted.
Hey, Gracie.
Hilda, let him look for me.
Gracie? Hilda, have you seen Mrs. Burns?
George, look in the gymnasium.
Gracie, come on out. Come on out of the kitchen.
Yeah, I'm coming.
What have you been doing in there for 2 hours?
Well, I washed the dishes, peeled the potatoes, and I baked the cake, and the whole cake...
Gracie, we've got a maid. Why are we paying Hilda?
Well, I don't know. She gives all her money to her sweetheart, Olaf.
Oh, stop with that, Olaf.
Hudson.
Hudson? The idea of you doing all the housework.
Well, the reason is I went to Magnum's and I bought Hilda a beautiful uniform for $85, and I don't think we could afford to have her soil it.
Well, that was very thoughtful because I hate to wash uniforms.
Well, anyway, I mixed the green salad, George, and it's simply delicious.
Well, it ought to be good. Nobody can mix things up like you do.
Oh, thanks, dear.
You're welcome, darling.
Now, wait till you taste it. Lettuce and tomatoes, chives and onions, and I seasoned it with pepper and salt and plenty of vinegar and water.
Water?
Yeah.
Vinegar and water?
Well, it's a new recipe of mine. I read where Mr. Ickes is asking everybody to save oil.
Well, with a thing like that, you can get a lot more mileage out of a tomato.
Well, I always say...
Well, never mind what you always say. I'm not in the mood today.
Don't be so grumpy, George. You're still upset over what happened yesterday.
Well, why shouldn't I get upset? That's the second time the insurance doctors turned me down. They say my blood pressure is higher than it should be.
Well, why worry? In times like this, everything is going up.
Imagine those doctors turning me down twice.
Well, being turned down twice never stopped you before. You finally married me.
Well, that's right, dear. It was on a Tuesday.
Yes.
Remember how we eloped?
Mm-hmm. Remember how my mother ran down the ladder to show me how to do it?
Yes, and if she hadn't tripped, she'd have spent the honeymoon with us.
Well, anyway, dear, you'll be happy to know I made an appointment with another insurance company, and you're going to be examined again today.
Well, I'll try it again. But this time I'd like things quiet so I can be calm and sort of relax when the doctors get here. The only reason I got turned down yesterday was because I was excited. It was Lasvogel's fault, that Snoopy neighbor. Kept looking in our windows.
He's certainly a Snoopy, isn't he?
Don't say he's Snoopy. He probably knows exactly what we had on our dinner table last night.
Oh, never mind, George. It was better than that macaroni and cheese he was eating.
Yeah, especially with that homemade sauce he was using.
Yeah. Hilda, the door.
Oh, that's probably the doctor.
Oh, I hope so. You look swell.
Do I?
Stick out your tongue. No, put it back. You look better with it in.
Oh, I
Oh, hello, Hilda.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Goodrich.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Well, I was in the neighborhood, so I just dropped in. Came from the park. I was feeding the swan.
You feed the swans?
Oh, why, sure, George. Why shouldn't I feed the swan? Swan feeds me.
Okay, I know you made it. Look, Bill,
Bill,
will you calm down, please? Calm down.
Bill, will you calm down? George has to relax today, so don't even talk loud.
Oh, well, gee, I'm sorry.
Oh, well,
Gracie.
that's all right, Bill. Incidentally, all our neighbors are talking about Swan, even Mrs. Laxvogel.
Well, and why not? And why not? Isn't Swan the first really new white floating soap since the gay 90s?
Yeah.
And yet, even though Swan is 8 ways better than old-style floating soaps, it costs no more.
I know.
So, you see, Swan gives you more real soap for your money.
Yeah, that's right, Bill. And keep talking softly.
You bet it's right, Gracie. And once more, Swan is as white as snow, as fresh and clean-smelling as a morning in June. Swan is as pure and gentle as a baby's kiss.
Sure.
What are you two whispering about? Gracie, did you have to tell Bill that I was trained down by two insurance doctors?
George, I didn't say a word about that. We were talking about Swan soap.
You were not.
We were, too.
Oh.
And I was just going to say that Swan is not only pure and gentle, why, it's as mild as the finest imported Castile soaps.
Well, stop whispering.
I'm not whispering.
You are, too.
I'm not. Swan is swell for your complexion. It's perfect for your bath or shower. Swan comes in a green wrapper with a white swan on the front.
Go ahead, say it again.
Swan comes in a green wrapper with a white swan on the front.
Well, say it again.
Swan comes in a green wrapper.
Please, boy, please. It isn't right to whisper.
Trying to pull the wool over my... It's probably somebody at the door.
Yeah? Sophie boy, would you please take those bottles to the back door?
Hilda, let him in. That's our singer.
Oh.
Jimmy, stop rattling those bottles. They're making me nervous.
Yes, Jimmy. And I don't want George nervous today. Here, put them under your arm like this.
Jimmy, stop dropping those bottles. Look, Jimmy, I wish you wouldn't come to rehearsal while you're making deliveries. You find the piano in the other room.
Thank you. Would there be anything else, sir?
And you're not in a grocery store.
Oh, please, George.
Will there be anything
the
else?
The doctor is coming. Relax.
Yes, George, relax. Don't let a little tinkle of a bottle upset you. You're not a nervous wreck yet.
He is, too.
I am not.
No, Bill, he is not. How can you call him a nervous wreck? And I don't understand why everybody has to keep talking all the time. Listen to me. I don't talk.
Not much.
I know when to keep quiet.
Sure.
I certainly know enough to keep quiet when I'm supposed to keep quiet. I may talk a lot on the radio, but I never talk at home. And the only reason I talk on the radio is because I think it's nice to have a home.
Well, I'm going in to hear Jimmy's song.
No, George, you just sit here and be calm. Bill and I'll hear it.
Be calm. I'll never get any insurance.
Oh, why worry? If Uncle Frank got insurance, you can get insurance. You were there the day he got his.
But he was dead.
Well, you look as good as he does.
Well, thanks, Gracie.
All right, Jimmy, we're ready.
I guess I'll have to dream the rest. If you can't remember the things that we said, those nights that my shoulder held your sleepy head, if you believe that parting's best, I guess I'll have to dream the rest. I guess I'll have to dream alone. dear to my heart, of one-room apartments where we said we'd start, of foolish things we planned to own. I guess I'll have to dream alone. I can see that your heart has gone astray. As for me, I love you the same old way. I guess I'll have to dream the rest. There'll be no friends waiting to throw shoes and rights. Those heavenly moments will never come twice. I'm thankful for the hours you've blessed. I guess I'll have to dream the rest.
Well, Jimmy, that was swell. Let's see how George liked it.
Gracie, George is
Oh,
asleep.
good. Come on, Jimmy. You better go down the back way. Careful of those bottles. I don't want to wake George up.
I'll be careful.
And don't trip and fall. One of those steps is loose.
Which one?
The top one.
What was that?
Quiet. Quiet. You want to wake George up?
I'll take a chance. What was that racket?
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me, yeah.
George, Jimmy Cash fell down the back stairs with all that soda pop.
Well, it sounded like bedlam.
Oh, it was sarsaparilla.
Yes, it couldn't be bedlam.
No.
No. Bedlam comes with those paper cartons.
Yeah, 15 to a dozen.
Yeah, the tall cartons, yes. 15 to a dozen. With all this excitement, by the time the doctor gets here, I'll be a cooked goose.
Oh, George, can't you make Bill Goodwin happy and be a cooked swan?
All right. I'll make Bill happy. Bill, I'm a cooked swan.
Thanks, George. I'm happy.
Good. Gracie, I'm warning you. If you keep on with this talk, by the time the doctor gets here, I'm going to be a nervous wreck.
George is right, Bill. And it's your fault if he's a nervous wreck. You've got no right to be happy because George is a cooked swan. Excitement like this isn't even good for a man who's well. I'm not worried about his high blood pressure, but it's just that high blood pressure makes his heart weak.
Gracie, the doctor is
And
here.
you know he's been turned down by 2 insurance companies.
Gracie, the doctor is here.
The only way he can pass this is if the doctor is some dope and doesn't know what he's doing.
Gracie, say hello to the doctor.
How do? When a fellow's in his condition, he... Oh, the doctor.
The doctor, yes.
Oh, how do, Doctor? Sounds. I've just been rehearsing a scene that I did in a picture 2 years ago.
Bravo.
Oh,
quiet,
thanks,
quiet.
Bill, thanks.
Doctor, I'm Mr. Burns.
How do you do? Well, let's get started with the examination. But we must have absolute quiet and no excitement.
Why, Doctor? I haven't got blood pressure.
Perhaps not, but I have.
Oh, fine.
Now roll up your sleeve.
Oh, see, George, it's a good thing you washed high this morning.
Gracie, will you stop?
Now open your shirt. I want to put this stethoscope on your chest.
There's someone at the door.
Now take a deep breath.
Oh, come in, Mr. Weissman. I'm so happy to see you.
Why, Hilton, that new uniform, you look as cute as a bug in a rug. How about giving a lug a hug?
Oh, Mr. Weissman. Gee, where did you learn to speak like that?
Used to play an accordion.
Hello.
Hello, Gracie.
Paul, I wish you'd teach George how to play the accordion.
Oh, Gracie, please.
Take another deep breath.
Well, get a load of that guy with the earphone. George, I knew you were old, but I didn't know you were a crystal set.
Very funny, Paul. Loosen your belt and see if you can take a bow. Well, come on, Doctor. Let's go into the library.
Please, Mr. Burns, don't walk so fast.
You mean on account of my heart?
No, the stethoscope is scratching my ears.
This way, Doc.
Hey, Gracie, well, what goes with that Army show? My boys are all sitting outside in the bus. I thought we were going to the camp to entertain the soldiers today.
Oh, Paul, I had to call it off on account of Judge's examination today. I spoke to the captain on the phone, and I said to him, Captain, we can't come over and entertain the Army, but if you send the Army over here, we'll be glad to have them entertain us.
Oh, I see. I scratch your back and you scratch mine.
Later, Paul. Anyway, the captain said he's sending over some company. Gee.
He didn't say he's sending over Company G?
That's what he said. Isn't that cute? He called me G. That's short for Gracie. So I said, thanks, K.
I see. K. That's short for Captain.
No. For his name, Clancy.
Oh.
Paul, do you think Judge is passing his examination?
I doubt it. He's got a heartbeat that sounds like my drummer when he gets caught in his own traps.
Say, I just thought of a wonderful idea. Paul, if you open the window and have your boys play a number, the doctor won't be able to hear George's heart, and he'll have to give George the policy. Now, don't you think that's a wonderful idea?
Anything you say, Gracie. Hey, Lugs, get ready out there. We're going to play a little bit tango. It's a little on the Latin side. A 1, a 2.
Oh, and the whole thing is my idea. My wife or my wife. What's your genius to think of a thing like that?
I'd expect to have trouble with.
Oh, it wasn't my idea. I was only trying to help.
That's right, George. It wasn't his idea.
Well, whoever made that suggestion was silly. He had no right to listen to silly suggestions.
That's right, Paul. You shouldn't listen to silly suggestions. You know George is in there trying to get insurance.
No, never.
And you're out here
never
laying
look,
boy.
Gracie. Will you stop helping me? Hey, you musicians out there, will you get back in that truck and go someplace?
Si esos babosos quieren ir, bueno, pero yo me quedo aquí.
No, it's the guitar player. Yeah, and I mean you too, Senor Lee.
Senor Burns, don't shout. Man with your character should keep his voice low, too.
Look, senor, the doctor's here to take my blood pressure.
Why, couldn't you keep up the payments?
Say, Paul, when you talk to him...
Hey, guitar player, take an 8-bar rest. Burns doesn't feel well.
If he's sick, why doesn't he do like my brother in Chicago does? He eats a dozen red chili peppers a day.
12 of those red-hot peppers?
Si, senor. Comes the first snowfall, my brother will make a fortune.
How?
Breathing on sidewalks.
Hey, senor, why don't you go?
Si, senor. Adios, hasta luego.
Yeah, and so are you. Well, this is a fine thing. And, Gracie, I'm surprised at you. Allowing a thing like this to go on when you know how much this examination means to me. Oh, now, wait a minute, sweetheart. I didn't mean to make you cry.
George, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Gracie thought she was doing all this for you.
Oh, Gracie, please. Look, I don't like to see you cry. Look, honey, you can go and get that hat that you like so much at Magnet.
It's in my closet.
Well, I'm glad you got it, but please stop crying. Look, you can go back and get that dress you like so much, too.
It's in my closet, too.
Look, you've got a new hat and a new dress. What are you crying about?
The shoes didn't come yet.
Oh, all right. Stop crying. The shoes will be here in a minute.
Mr. Burns, I have other patients to see. Do you mind if we continue?
Just a minute. Stop crying, Gracie. All right, Doc. And look, Paul and Bill, do you think you can keep quiet for 2 minutes? Now, go ahead, Doc.
Well, now sit back and relax. Now, take a deep breath.
Well, those musicians are still out there. Well, I'm going outside and I'll get rid of those guys. Say, what is this? Gracie, who are all these soldiers?
Well, George, I figured as long as you had to stay in, I'd invite a little company.
A little company? Why, there's hundreds of them.
Yeah, and don't they look nice? They must all have the same tailor.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Why, there are thousands.
You can close the door now, George.
Oh, fine. George Price and Gracie Allen?
Yes?
Company G reporting for entertainment. Well, look, I'm sorry, Captain, but there must be a little mix-up about this entertainment. But some other time, we'd be very happy to entertain the company, you see.
Now that you soldier boys are here, I'm going to show you through the whole house and get you some refreshments.
Gracie.
Hilda. Yeah? 130 hamburgers, one with mustard.
Well, this is the last straw. Bill, will you do me a favor and show the boys through the house?
Oh, I'll be glad to, George. Company, mark time. Tried Swan, the new white floating soap, 'cause Swan is 8 ways better than any old-style floating soap. Oh, ho, it's 8 ways better. Tried Swan, the new white floating soap. Try Swan, you really oughter, 'cause Swan soap suds just twice as fast, even in the hardest water. Swan suds are so rich and thick, Swan suds are so dandy. For every soap and water task, you'll want to keep Swan handy. Forward! March! Oh, follow me, fellas, into the living room.
Well, that's a fine thing. Well, that's all I needed.
Oh, just look at that army. Aren't they the cutest bunch of boys? George, you see that tall, dark one near the end, the pretty one?
Yes.
The hamburger with the mustard for him.
Well, I hope they'll be very happy together.
So long, George. So long, Gracie. I got to go home.
Goodbye, Paul.
Well, I'll try it again.
Yes.
Now take a deep breath, Mr. Burns. Say, I was mistaken. Your heart is in perfect condition.
Well, certainly.
Well, it should be in perfect condition. He takes enough medicine for it.
Gracie, will you stop?
Now, I'll take your blood pressure, and while I take it, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Now, Mr. Burns, do you sleep sound?
Of course I sleep sound.
And you ought to hear the sound.
Look, Gracie, will you stop helping me? Oh, Oh, the army is coming.
Each cake of Swan is really twin. Swan breaks into so he happens kitchen, happens that. Follow me, I'll show you the dining room.
It was a little too low for him, I guess. Yes, well, they're right in step with my headache.
So long, George. So long, Gracie.
So long, Paul. I thought that guy went home.
Well, I'll try it again.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Burns, did your mother and father ever have any phobias?
No, only boys and girls.
Listen, Doctor, I don't know anything about these medical terms, but I never had a sick day in my life. As a matter of fact, I'm always on my toes.
Yeah, and don't think it isn't hard to do with those flat feet.
Yeah. Gracie, why don't you do me a favor and... Oh, the army is coming in here.
I've shown the boys through all the house. I've nothing more to say, except folks that you really ought to try Swan soap today. Company, out. Try Swan.
So long, George. So long, Gracie.
So long, Paul.
Bye, Paul.
Say, I thought you'd gone.
You know me, brother. I'm a sucker for parades.
So long. So long, Paul. Hey, George, I taught the fellas here in the Army a new drill. Okay, boys, count off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where's better? Look, will you all be quiet for a minute? I'm dying and everybody is laughing. Doctor, I noticed that you're through.
Yes, and I've got some bad news for you, Mr. Burns. Your blood pressure is 10 points too high.
Well, to tell you the truth, Doctor, I sort of expected it.
Oh, don't be upset, sweetheart.
Well, why shouldn't I be upset? Any man would be upset. Trying to take out a $50,000 policy so he could protect his wife.
Oh, well, I don't want that kind of money. I'm not the cleverest businesswoman in the world, and if anything happened to you and you left all that money, I'd only make some silly investment and lose it. If I lost it, I'd feel awful.
Well, I guess so.
Well, sure, but now if you die, I won't have any reason to feel bad.
Well, that makes me feel very happy.
Men, to show our appreciation, let's salute George Burns and Gracie Allen. 1, 2, hello!
Hey, Doctor, George fainted.
Wait a minute. Look, this excitement has worked wonders. It's brought his blood pressure back to normal. Congratulations, Mrs. Burns. Your husband can get the insurance policy.
Well, isn't that wonderful? George passed the examination. It just shows you what a little quiet can do. Now he's strong and healthy and a perfect
Well, I got my insurance the hard way after all. Now, Gracie will sing Don't Stand There, Do Something.
There's a moon in the sky. There's a love light in your eye. Well, don't just stand there, do something. I'm falling in love. What have you got to fear? Can't you see the coast is clear? Well, don't just stand there, do something. I'm falling in love. Can't you make your mind up? Don't wait till the moon is gone. Clocks will need a wind up. For time marches on. Oh, take some good advice. Don't you want some shoes and rides? Well, don't just stand there, do something. I'm falling in love. Girl, boy, bench top, breeze, trees, night dark. Well, don't just stand there, do something. I'm falling in love. Eyes, lips, girl bold, arms, charms, boys cold. Well, don't just stand there, do something. I'm falling in love. Why must I remind you? This night will be gone too soon. Guess you just resigned to make a fool of the moon. You're like a cake of ice. Say, what are you, man or mice? Act as if you knew something. Don't just stand there, do something. 'Cause I'm falling in love.
Swan. Try Swan. See for yourself if Swan isn't really 8 ways better than old-style floating soap. Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. Until then, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan. Why don't you?